Alrighty, start time, baby. Make sure I don't have open anything I don't need here. But you know what? I do need. I do need this. There we are. All right. Cool beans, and then we'll do all this. I really need to get a stream intro thing done. Well, we'll take care of that in the coming days, time, whatever. Hey, Samores, how you doing? Castraded, hello? Dude, I hate YouTube's new thing. Like, YouTube made it where, like, you can't, like, they messed up how everybody's names show up on YouTube, so it's like, it's all @ symbols. And it's weird, and I don't like it. It's so fucking hot. Yeah, it's a warm one today. Bash Blast, hello. Castraded, good to see you. Lone Sparrow, thank you for the 56 months, really appreciate it. Sticks and Stones, hello. Liam Bridge, hello. Ratman, hello. Sarmelian, hello. Lord Varn. Hawk, of course. Great Book of Grudges, Chris White, hello, 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 hello. Yeah, God, YouTube makes the dumbest fucking changes, dude. Drives me crazy. They're like, how about instead of allowing people to appear how they want,
wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. You bring token trinket to give to Throt. Yes, yes. Good. I accept your offering.
Lord Gron, thank you for the 36 months. Much obliged.
7,104 donated £5 through Super Chat. Sotek I am at the Roman Forum from the UK and I just ignored 2,000 years of history thinking this was a new faction announcement. Crying face emoji. Love you, Willie.
No, I'm so sorry, Hannibal. I'm so sorry, Hannibal. No, it's not a ghost announcement. It was on the schedule. I put it on the schedule. No, it's just the mod, dude. Sorry. No, we're just checking out the mod. Patrick, it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Patrick. Big happy birthday to you, my dude. Is the next faction going to be revealed this week? I don't know if it's going to be this week, but it's going to be soon. The third faction for Titan's Tournament. They said July, but they didn't say when in July. Obviously, they kicked us from the end of June to sometime in July. So hopefully it's going to be soon. I'm in Rome. Do you think I checked the schedule? Well, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I don't know what you want from me. Mr. Bourne, thank you so much for the 26 months. I really appreciate it. Brent, it's known for dry and rainy weather, but it's 25 degrees Celsius and feels like a desert. Well, 25 degrees Celsius is... I mean, if it's dry, 25 degrees Celsius should actually probably feel quite nice. As long as you're not inside, because y'all's lack of AC would turn any building into a hellhole. But, okay. Anywho, so here's the question for you guys. All right, we have two options. We can either jump into a campaign. Oh, you know what? We have an ad break running. Let's wait for the ads to finish on Twitch. We'll wait for the ads to finish on Twitch, and then we'll discuss. That'll be the smart way. Let's wait for ads to pass, and then we can go from there. But hopefully you're all having a good day. We're gonna be trying one of these weeks where I see if I can stream on a semi-regular basis, amidst getting some other videos and stuff out. I will be doing a video where I break down the Caresh mod in like a nice little video format, but figured we could have fun just like playing with it in a campaign. Sotek, how far do I read into Age of Age of Sigmar? Do you ever think you'll cover its lore? How far? I am caught up to the end of 3rd edition. I haven't picked up 4th. I picked up 4th edition, but I haven't read it yet. But I covered it well, no. I read it religiously until the end of 3rd, and then I just got distracted with stuff. But yes, I do intend to cover it. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty warm everywhere right now, which definitely sucks. I mean, it's hot in Texas, but it's not like unusually hot. Like I think it's 99 degrees high today, which is fine. Like it's not the best thing in the world, but it's not terrible. Samores, Sotek. Good. I think I have a theory Games Workshop wants to do with Cathay in the future. If the next Arcane Journal shows what each of the Dragon Children are doing, I think that Games Workshop plans to release each part of Cathay Army when they get to certain locations or races, like why do Li Dao or Yin Yan or Yuan Bo all go into the old world to help Miao Ying? About Chaos Invasion when they have Snikch in upon to deal with. That could very well be the case. That could very well be the case. We do know that the next Arcane Journal is just focused on Miao Ying, apparently. Like, it's all about her and, like, why she's going to the old world. And, like, kind of what Cathay's been up to, recently. But, yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, okay, ads are over. So, here's the question, guys. Here's the question. Do y'all want... So, I have a campaign right now where I just got the... I just unlocked the mercenaries. So it took me 61 turns in a campaign to get the mercenary building, and we could just dive into that straight away and just have fun with it. Or we could start a new campaign with a faction that is viable for the Snake Bin and go through the whole setup of getting to the Naga and then playing with them. So the question is, do you just want to jump straight into a campaign where I've got it and then we just go through what it's like having it? Or would you rather start a campaign from scratch that shows the process of getting it and going from there? Keeping in mind that, like, when we get it is like, it's a total toss-up. Curious how you unlock it. So it's like, it's an unusual location. So it's basically just like getting any unusual location that you play a campaign and it just, you have a random chance of it spawning into one of your settlements. Why don't we, let's do just a very brief poll. Start fresh or start with mod. Resume campaign. Start new campaign. All right, polls up. What is Caresh and what do the Lizardmen think of them? So Caresh is a landmass. You can kind of think of it, I wouldn't call it a country, we'll say a landmass that is south of Grand Cathay. So like directly south of Cathay is a large peninsula that heads down towards the Straits of Calith, which across the Straits of Calith takes you into the Southern Chaos Wastes. And it's known as the hinterlands of Caresh. And basically it's that you have the hinterlands and then it goes into the deep jungles of Caresh. And the jungles of Caresh are a terrifying kind of horrible land where men are hunted like animals, and there's all sorts of like nasty things going on, and the blood Naga are the dominant species. So where like the Lizardmen are dominant in Lustria, or the High Elves are dominant in Ulthuan, or the humans are dominant in most of the old world, The Naga are dominant in Caresh, and the Blood Naga, we don't know a ton about them. What we do know is that they are a chaos-worshipping species that is implied to have the ability to mess around with bioscience. So they seem to be good at using forms of blood magic to alter or enhance or devolve life forms using some form of sorcery science. And they are very, very feared, and apparently have been quite the nuisance for Cathay, probing the southern borders of Cathay for quite some time. They're probably the most dangerous antagonist that Li Dao has to deal with. As far as what the Lizardmen would think of them, the Lizardmen would hate them. The Careshi are the Blood Naga of Caresh are horrible chaos worshipping snake men. So just being aligned with chaos means that the Lizardmen are not going to like them. But there is a lot of fan theorying about that the Naga of Khuresh likely have access to various Old One tech that they abuse, because within their territory, there is the Lost City of the Old Ones. And the Lost City of the Old Ones is supposed to be a very, very important place. Little is known about it. The only individual that's been there that we know for sure has been there is Oxyotl, the chameleon skink. Oxyotl passed through the Lost City of the Old Ones on his way back home to Lustria, but we don't know what he saw there. We just know that he passed through it. All right. So there's a poll up on YouTube. Vote now. Vote quick, because currently Start a New Campaign is ahead by quite a bit, which means we'll be starting fresh, which means we'll have to just luck into getting the Caresh building, which is fine. Like, we're not in a huge rush. But do keep in mind that I will be doing a video on this as well. The video is going to be short. It's basically just going to be like, here's how you get it, here's what it looks like, here's the yada yada. Yeah. So I'll give y'all just a little bit longer. I see that Twitch voted to resume with Caresh, but not that many people voted, so I'll just kind of take that into account. Do Gotrek and Felix go to the hinterlands? Gotrek and Felix might mention going to Caresh in one of their books, but it's like a passing moment, and they don't mention like any fights with the Blood Naga. There's a couple of stuff that there's a couple of things that allow, or there's a few times in Gotrek and Felix in some of the anthology books, or in notably in like Elfslayer, when Gotrek and Felix kind of come back after the 20-year time skip, that they like very offhandedly mention a bunch of places they've been. I don't remember them going to Caresh, but it wouldn't surprise me if they've been to Caresh. This mod got a release date? Yeah, it came out already. It's out for everybody right now. Anyone play the new Dark Tide class? I think a lot of people have, but I personally haven't. All right, looks like Start a New Campaign is going to win by a pretty solid amount. Okay, so we get to play a bad guy campaign.
I am Prince.
Basically, you have to play a evil faction. That's one of the only kind of requirements. Is that you have to play the bad guys. So any bad guy except for Beastmen. So why don't we do? I'm thinking Who would be like a fun, flavorful pick? Why don't we do kind of someone with that would be likely to be in the area? So that would put us with probably either Deathmaster Snikch, or Lokir Felheart. So let's do this the simple streamer way. If you want to do or Chaos Dwarfs, I suppose Chaos Dwarfs aren't that far away. So let's do this. If you want Lokir Felheart, type 1 in chat. If you want Chaos Dwarfs, type 2. If you want Lokir Felheart, type 3. Let's do those 3. 1 for Deathmaster Snikch, 2 for Chaos Dwarf, 3 for Lokir Felheart. One for Deathmaster Snikch, 2 for Chaos Dwarfs, 3 for Lokir Felheart. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of 2s. Why am I seeing 5s? Hey, some of y'all are cheating. Not supposed to spam the number. Oh, I said Lokir 1 is first? Oops. Okay, well, I fucked up. Alright, hold on. Just do a poll. Sorry, my bad. If I'm allowing myself to think of multiple things at once, it gets me distracted, and then I'll say something different than what my brain is thinking. My bad. let's just do a quick poll. Sorry. I should have done that. Okay, the poll's up. Just go for the poll. I don't know why I bothered. That was silly.
Lord of the Elves. Yes.
The first time I said look, here is 1 and 3. Whoops. Okay, Snikch. Oh wow, Snikch won the Twitch poll by like a lot. Okay. That's very funny. Hurry up and vote. There's a vote on YouTube right now. Hurry up and vote. I'm not really feeling Gorst. Hurry up and vote. Hopefully you're all doing well. It's lovely to see you all. Doesn't Neferata have connections to the Snake Men? No, not really. I mean, it might be revealed that she later does, and Lamians being Lamians, they're always in there. I would say new. And to be clear, the YouTube video I'm gonna do is me playing a Kimmler, campaign. So when I make the video on the Naga of Khuresh stuff, you're gonna see me doing it with vampire counts. So you'll see that in the little YouTube video I'm gonna make on it. Is Nikai being albino or having a god weapon still canon? It kind of depends on who you ask. So it's a little tricky.
Damn, 3 years already. Also nice finally over COVID so I can enjoy the streams again.
Hey, Short 9000, thanks so much for the 36 months. Thank you very much for the 3 years. I really appreciate that. Sorry you had COVID, but I'm glad you're over COVID. Oh, Samora, so the there is some rumors about a Careshi cult somewhere near Sylvania, and there's also some rumors of like snake men in the mountains, like the World's Edge Mountains. Not particularly close to where the Silver Pinnacle is, though. All right. Oh wow, the poll's actually like super close. Hey, Twitch mods, do one more Twitch poll, but like that way everyone kind of has a heads up on it. But do it for 2 minutes, just because 1 minute's like really fast. Do a 2-minute poll on Twitch real quick, just to give them like everyone a chance to really get their vote in. Because the YouTube poll is like super fucking close, like split 3 ways. Let's do a marble race. We might actually do some marble race type stuff soon, because I actually have a bunch of things I need to do as giveaways. Because GW sent me a bunch of stuff that I personally I just don't want it. Not that I like hate it, but like I know I'm not going to do anything with it. Like for instance, I imagine there are some people in the audience that would like one of these. This Joy Toy 1/18th scale Death Angel, or whatever this is. Dark Angel, sorry. Dark Angel. So like we'll give this away, I think, in sometime in the coming week or so. I've also got I've got another one of these that's some kind of Imperial Guard figure. And then I've got like a kill team scout squad. So like we'll be giving these away soon. And like I don't know if I'm going to keep this or not. I have mixed feelings about whether to keep this or not. It's like I forget what they're called, the skull servitor things. So anyway, that'll be coming up sometime later this week. Because I'd prefer for them to have a home that people actually want them. Why would GW send you that when you're a fantasy guy? So it's GW will do stuff where like it was for the Skulls event. So like every once in a while they'll have little events, and there will be some other company that they basically like contract to like send out things for them. And those companies will reach out to like all sorts of different content creators and will send them like a package of goodies. It's just that as far as GW is concerned, like GW cares much more about oh, interesting. Okay, so YouTube, Chaos Dwarfs barely won the poll, but Twitch would have gained an extra, hold on, am I actually gonna have to do math on this one because y'all were like so close? I think I am. So what is 147 times is about, so that's about 50 people plus 4, so that'd be 54 people voted for Chaos Dwarfs, and then about, we'll say 48, 60 people voted for Deathmaster Snitch. So Deathmaster Snitch comes in thanks to Twitch. Deathmaster Snitch comes in at the last second and grabs victory. So we're doing Deathmaster Snitch. How do y'all like to leave like minor faction potential and AI strength on? I like to have both of them on personally, but I'm curious how you guys have been feeling about it. Man, I can't even remember the last time I played Skaven. Dude, I would like so much if Games Workshop would just support like fantasy games using all of their other things. Like the only fantasy, like unique fantasy thing coming up is the what do you call it? Cosplay company. But that company has been like so slow to release anything at all that like I keep wondering if they're having problems because it's been like that slow. Sorcerer. It's still kind of wild to me that we even got the Eshin Sorcerer in this game. I mean, I think a lot of people forget that they're in the game, but it is a bit wild that we actually got them. I still hope that when, not if, in my opinion, but when the day comes to get Thankful, I hope Thankful has 2 spells from each lore. Talking about RPG? No, I'm talking about the guys that are making like the Warhammer Fantasy cosplay stuff. I was talking about Nikai. So Nikai, Nikai being albino specifically, and also having an old one weapon, comes from a very specific thing, which was that Games Workshop basically hosted an event as part of like the Albion summer campaign. So it was an official GW event. It wasn't like it was just like random people. But in this official GW event, they basically created a profile for Nikai. And it included a bunch of fun things, it included a bunch of like little fun things like, oh, Nikai has the great blade of Quetzal, and he's albino, and like here are his rules, and they made him into a very like jungle spirity, because he was very similar to the Green Knight, funny enough. Like he had very similar rules to the Green Knight, but it wasn't like an official publication. It was more of just, it was a fun little thing that you got for going to the event. So a lot of people looked at it and were like, okay, as far as I'm concerned, this is like 100% official, and should be treated as such. But not everyone feels that way. You know, a number of folks would say that no, it's not official, it's just like a fun little stupid thing. And like when Nikai originally came out, I tried to convince them to include that stuff as like canon for his character, and the response from CA was kind of something along the lines of like, if you can find us like a true official source that says that he has all this stuff, then we're happy to use that. Because the article wasn't like official, it was sort of, it wasn't the same, you know what I mean? So, which, you know, ultimately it comes down to Games Workshop, so I would guess that Games Workshop themselves did not consider it to be very official, would be my assumption. So in that case, then those aren't really considered like canonical aspects of Nikai's design. Because everything about Nikai was very wishy-washy until Total War. Total War really went out of its way to fully explore him as a character, so to speak. And not everybody likes that. Some people think that we should just say fuck it and just use the article version, because why not? But yeah, I don't know. This is one of those things. But I've always been in notable disagreement with a lot of CA's interpretations on Lizardmen stuff. Like my extreme distaste for their Quaddle design, their Proxigor design, and their Slong design is not a secret. Like there are a lot of things in Creative Assembly's designs when it comes to Lizardmen that I am not a fan of. But Nikai turned out okay. Just speed up time here, kill everything. Okay, not everything. What's wrong with the salon design? For me, I didn't like how much they changed them from their original build in Fantasy. The biggest thing is that the ones in Fantasy have very different hands. The Salon in Tabletop AOS and in Tabletop Fantasy and all of the artwork have like really long articulated fingers, and Total War gave them like really fat short fingers that make it look like they can't, like they struggle to grab anything. There's also the issue of I wasn't a huge fan how much Total War seemed to struggle implementing like their traditional colors. So like the original Salon, you know, the classic famous Salon is that really vibrant green color. That's basically like the green of a tree frog, and that color doesn't exist in Total War for some reason. Like there's a green-ish one, but we don't have like the classic colored Salon. And I also didn't like the way their head shape turned out, because regular Salon from the Fantasy game have more like they have more like cheek pouches that are more like jowls almost, and the Total War ones, they focused instead on like really large lips instead of really large cheek pouches, so they like changed the accent features on the face. That one I don't care as much about, but there were actually a lot of design changes. And it's not the end of the world. Like, it's the Salon one I'm not like losing my shit over. But I wasn't a fan of how much Creative Assembly decided to like create their own version of the Lizardmen instead of bringing the Lizardmen that I like to life. You know what I mean? But I don't lose sleep over it. If anybody cares. I know some people are like, I don't understand, why does he care so much? And it's like, well, why do you care so much? I'm just answering a thing that somebody asked. Okay, so I have one available scheme. I need more slaves. Woo, excuse me. Let's see. Night Lord says so. I think is that my first story action? Yes, but Deathmaster Snikch has to be level 5. Okay. Let's see, I can stash rations. I don't have any clan contracts. Gain food, steal an item or ancillary, steal up to 1,000 gold. Reduces income by 10% for 5 turns. Leadership penalty. Man, I haven't played Deathmaster Snikch in like 1,000 years. Why can't I steal Skaven technology? Okay, I guess because I don't know any other Skaven factions. Burglarize is actually going to be way better than it used to be, because items are just way better now. Okay, well, I'm not going to do anything this turn. That's fine. One of my PC specs? Ooh, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know if you go over to Twitch and you type in like !PC or something like that, or !specs, I forget. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Hawk. I've got a 12th gen Intel i12-900K processor, NVIDIA RTX 3080 Ti GPU, Samsung 980 Pro 1 terabyte, and Kingston SSD, and I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. There you go.
Sneak shift.
Is Jadewin? No, it's a minor settlement. Okay. Am I excited for the new Donkey Kong game? Yes. I like Nintendo games, and I like new Nintendo games. Very, very much. Sudden kill scheme. Oh, right, okay. That's actually really good for 1,000 gold. Alright. Okay, he's level 5, so I can send him off sooner rather than, or to do his little thing. Armor of Darkness is actually pretty good. Scare Leap's not terrible. Veil of Darkness is pretty meh. Take Armor of Darkness. And then we're going to a scavenge pile? I don't think I need a scavenge pile just yet. Let's grab some Night Runners. Actually, do more like that. And then let's go ahead and send Snikch out on his story mission. Periodic travel back to Game of Light. Okay. So that's going to take him 2 turns. And while he's gone, we'll grab a... Ooh, a Disciplined Master Assassin. That'll work. Alright, cool. That'll work. Do I have a mental timeline in my mind for when you upgrade your PC, or will it be a work till it drops? It'll probably be mostly a work till it drops, or until it has, like, starts having issues, and then I'll repair, or, switch out pieces of it. Total War made an improvement based... Oh my god, why would you say that? Total War made an improvement of how Tailwind holds his plaque. How dare you!
You bring a token trinket to get you fraught. Yes, yes. Good, good. I accept your offering.
Can make Clan Moors happy.
Black Cat donated $5 through Super
But
Chat.
piss off Clan Pestilence.
How long would it take to cross the Ivory Road as a caravan and or small party?
It depends. But it would take a good several months. I would probably the best way to gauge that would be to look up how long it takes someone to I don't really need local capacity right now. I think I would rather take Fight Dirty. I would currently look up how long it took people back in the old days to travel the Silk Road, and then basically just add a bit of extra time to the number. But that's generally going to be what you're taking inspiration from. Oh, this only lasts for 1 turn. Okay, no wonder it's so cheap. Guess I'll just recruit more spearmen for the moment. But I would guess to travel one way would probably take, if you do the full Ivory Road, so you go from Maragliano all the way to Shenyang, I would guess you're looking at, I would say you're probably looking at like a good, probably, if you're moving at a more, if you're moving at a fairly regular speed, and you're not a giant armored caravan, so you don't have the advantage of being able to move like really aggressively, you're probably looking at like maybe 2 years ish. But it would depend. I would. The Warhammer maps are notoriously bad about like if you sit down and like try and measure out the distances of being like, oh, this is like how far it is from A to B. Traditionally they've not been super great about that. Cuts in my sorcerer. I don't want to send my sorcerer though, because I need him for fights. So I think I'll wait until I can get like an actual assassin. Zephron, I'm thinking about reopening it, and just like keeping a really close eye on it. But it's not open just yet. So maybe come back for tomorrow's stream and I might have it reopened and we'll try that again for a little while. I just have to keep a close eye on it. So Fergie, the Caresh mod does not make Caresh a playable faction. It makes it where Caresh are mercenaries. So you have to play as like one of the various destruction or chaos races, and then basically play until you discover until you get a location, a location of interest. And the location will be, you'll get an event where the Naga will be like, hey, you mind if we like set up shop here? And you can either tell them, come on in, or to get the hell out. And if you let them in, you get access to a new building that gives you, from that location, that will give you access to those units.
Master Snikch. Good spell. Good. Poison with water. What orders?
Let's aim our mortar over here. Send in the slaves. A little bit of friendly fire. Let's get those archers offline. Get Deathmaster Snikch to go bully their sorcerer. We're gonna aim you over that way. We're gonna come more this way. Oh, we got pigs. Okay, good job here. Let's fold back on the cavalry. Oops, I forgot to protect them. Oh, there's another unit of pigs. That's no fun. Alright, he's on him. We'll summon a unit back here. Just make sure he doesn't get bogged down. Shoot that way. Focus them. Focus them. Yep, y'all just keep busy over there. Get on that boy. Sotek, can you stop picking me to be the subject of your rituals? Listen, my ritual craft is not as good as it used to be, alright? I gotta make do with what I can. I gotta make do with what I have available. Okay, they're doing good there. Deathmaster Snikch is on his lord. Tell the poison wind mortar to run away. We've got rallying Skaven slave spears. Bring out clan rats to run interference. Look at pigs, dude. Okay, we're gonna bring you over this way to throw stuff at them. Okay, that's fine. You can focus on them. You're gonna come this way. Why are we fighting here? Pop slippery. Yep, good job. Okay, y'all are gonna come over here and we're gonna bully the pigs. Make yourselves useful. Or should I like go after the cavalry? Okay, everybody run a different direction. Okay, there we go. There should be another cavalry unit over here. Yep. Okay, I don't really care about the summons. So why don't we move over this way? Awesome! Enemy general's dead. That's what I like to see. We're all gonna fold in on the archers here. Try and get Snikch out of there. I'm gonna start throwing ninja stars at people. Y'all are running away from them. Y'all are being annoying. Everyone focus the pigs. No. Let's turn melee off. Just shoot, that's fine. Okay, if they're gonna chase you, you might as well fight so he's not just constantly stacking charge bonus. Same thing for you. Come over this way. We're gonna summon some more clan rats over here. Deathmaster Snikch is gonna get on these pig boys. We're gonna
question
pop.
which I think I have asked before but don't remember the answer to. I like the aesthetics of the Wood Elves, but I don't like their whole defend the tree mechanic that all of them have. Is there a character in lore that would make sense to make a legendary lord and not have that
mechanic? I'm gonna be honest, it's a little difficult trying to make a Wood Elf character that does not do what Wood Elves do. Like, honestly, your closest thing would have probably been Drycha, as far as, like, a character that would have a unique relationship with how they interact with systems. But obviously, still a Wood Elf at the end of the day. The only two characters left that would make sense for Total War would be Nyeth the Prophetess and Erloth, which neither of them are really like that crazy unique compared to like pretty much all the other Wood Elves. Like, maybe an argument could be made that Nyeth the Prophetess is much more about trying to manipulate events before they come to pass, because her whole gimmick is that she's a prophet that manipulates events and factions to do things so that they don't become a threat in the future. So, like, maybe an argument could be made that if you had Nyeth, she has more of a system that revolves around, like, trying to take out threats before they become a threat. But I could also see maybe, like, a little bit of a argument about, like, Erloth. Like, Erloth does have some good stories about how he is, like, he's very much a defensive type figure, but all of his best stories revolve around him going out to attack. So, like, he leads the attack out into the Forest of Arden, for instance, to go kill Morgar. So he has managed to kill Morgar before. By going out and facing him. So maybe you could have, like... excuse me. Maybe you could have an argument of Erloth, like, plays a much more aggressive system, where he's more about going out and facing the threats of the Wood Elves head on instead of, like, sitting inside of a forest mostly defending it. Or you could play around with Nyeth the Prophetess and play around with the concept that she is more about trying to snip the buds of threats as opposed to allowing them to develop and then dealing with them defensively. Excuse me. Those would probably be the strongest arguments. I don't think they're necessarily easy arguments, but those would be, I think, your most likely.
A quest has been issued, mighty lord.
Ooh, the Book of Aesir. Nice. And the 13th scheme. Not yet. Here you go. Have a book, and let's make Deathmaster Snikch cause terror. Hell yeah.
Master Snikch.
I'll take early terror. Expert thief. Hell yeah. Better chance of stealing magic items. Let's also grab. Let's get some armor on him. You. Let's get cheaper, and let's get higher chance of finding magic items. Because I do like them magic items. We're gonna take a turn to kind of lick our wounds here. And let's get some more shooting. And then we can bounce from there. Would the Aenir be that? Yeah, the Aenir are kind of tricky. Especially because, like, Games Workshop is not calling them Aenir right now. We actually learned a bit about them in the newest Wood Elf Arcane Journal, but they're not the Aenir in that book. They're just more Wood Elves. Which is kind of a shame. Because I think the roleplay game has been doing a really good job of, like, developing them into something kind of unique and distinct. But it doesn't seem like that's gonna stick. It might stick, but maybe they just haven't like pulled the trigger on it yet. Hard to say. Yeah, it'll be very, very interesting. Can I use him for anything? No, I can't. I guess he has to be like deployed. Have I tried all the Last Faction mods? No, I'm gonna be trying to do much more mods more often. That way I can actually have like fully developed opinions on a lot of them, but I haven't played many of them in a long time. Who's the least crazy Wood Elf? Probably Scarlock, the hunter, because he, or Scarlock, Scarlock, right? I'm pretty sure. Because he's actually, like, wandered around a lot of the old world, basically working as a mercenary for hire. So he dealt with a lot of, he basically worked as, like, a scout. But it gave him the opportunity to meet lots and lots of different people and sort of develop a much more nuanced opinion on humanity and, like, dealing with dwarfs and high elves and all these other factions. And he kind of was working as a spy, more accurately, basically going out and seeing what the hell's going on in the world outside of the forest. But because of that, he has a much more measured opinion on a lot of things compared to most Wood Elves. The vast majority of Wood Elves tend to be very, very speciesist. Like, even by elf standards, the Wood Elves are, like, hilariously racist, because they're not normal anymore. They've been so like fundamentally changed by their the relationship to Athel Loren that they're just they're very unique, and I don't mean that in a good way. Like, other elves find them very difficult to deal with, which is saying a lot. Man, the lore of stealth may not be the best lore overall, but that Warpstone Star missile cast is like so goddamn good. Like, shit hurts, dude. Okay, we do have them coming around our flanks. They don't have any cavalry though, which is nice. Bring out some summons. Armor of Darkness on the Eshin Triad to give them a little more oomph. Enjoy some damage over time. There we go. Hop on him. Okay, our front line will buckle pretty quick, but that's okay. Okay, Deathmaster Snikch is absolutely eating that dude alive. Hey. Just hit them. Y'all go put some pressure on this flank. I'm gonna start throwing ninja stars at these dudes and summon some extra lads. Alright, it's all looking good. Orcs are getting chewed up. Oop. Excuse me. Y'all buy these nerds some time. Deathmaster is in the zone. I'm gonna come bully these guys. Try to head over this way. We've got more summons coming in a second. He's flying. Let's see. Biggest concentration is going to be around Snikch, so let's fire that way. Okay, we want. Oh boy, I need to. It was. Now it's more over here. Okay, y'all fire over here. Why are we firing that way? I mean, it's not the end of the world, but okay, we're gonna throw a lot more armor on Snikch. We're gonna drop a big old AoE damage thing there. Run, run, flee, flee! Run, run, flee, flee! Let's see. Let's do that. We're gonna send our. They're going around that way. Good job here. Y'all come back this way. You're gonna come over here and hold them. You're gonna back up. You're gonna come over here and save the mortars. Our wizard's retreating, but that's fine. Clan rats are gonna give the mortar some breathing room. We've got all these guys coming down to deal with these dudes. Deathmaster Snikch is doing great. We're gonna have him go bully the archers. You guys can come bully these guys. Y'all are gonna keep bullying those so they go off the battlefield, which will free up all of our shooting. Oh, God, so many damn orcs, dude. Why don't y'all go ahead and turn around and fight these guys to just buy us some breathing room. We're just trying to get our mortars to safety. Sorcerer's back. We're gonna go. Oh, God damn it! Don't wall. Okay, good. He's chasing that off. We're just gonna throw ninja stars at people. We could armor buff the unit we're using in melee. That would probably be smart. Okay, looks like we've got some pretty overwhelming shooting over here, which is good. Y'all are out of ammo, so let's throw you into melee. Alongside these boys. Mortars can now turn around and start shooting. We're gonna throw some more stars over at these nerds. I'm gonna shoot over here. We're gonna bring y'all all in on that enemy archer unit. We're gonna bring y'all down this way to get towards that enemy archer unit. Deathmaster Snikch has shattered that group. Yep. So we're gonna bring Snikch over to join the big fight and tell him to haul ass. Run, 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 run. I hate when units are just very sticky. All right, we're gonna do a big one of these. That's gonna do some really nice damage. Snikch is hustling. Night Runners should be able to win this, I think, with some support. Let's bring y'all over this way. Yeah, there we go. All right, and then kill as much as we can. Kill them all. Kill them all. before they get behind their walls. Okay, mortars, you're gonna aim for the really, really big unit. We're gonna go this way so we don't get hit by our own shit. Y'all go this way. Y'all do shooting, go that way. Mortars are firing, good shit. Y'all come over this way. We're gonna summon some clan rats over here to make their life more difficult. Good, you're chasing them. Y'all go into melee and chase them. Okay, this should be a pretty significant massacre. Garbo's not on. Okay, good. Ashen still can't get their Maneater, right? Tragic. Oh yeah, that's something I should actually bug CA about. 'Cause you're right, they should be able to get him as an ROR. Yeah, it's like I want to see that. I think regular Slayer pirates and Long Drongs should also be available to Sartosa. And I think it'd also be nice to see we also need the Oglacon's Wolf Riders added to Golkfag's mercenary faction, because they're actually an OG Dog of War group. Alright, good. This will be a lot of dead orcs. Literally don't get better than that. I think that unit's actually already dead. Yeah, they've only got 5 guys. Sartosa needs more Maneater variants. I mean, I don't know that they do. I think that they've kind of got the pirate Maneater unit. Like, you know, it's like, oh, they got the big pistols. I don't know if they really need the other variants, because I don't think those ones are really that piratey. Like balance wise, I'm sure they like to have them, but I don't know if it fits as well theming wise. Arnessa definitely needs some tweaks. Like, I think Arnessa has some really, really good potential to be like a really fun, exciting faction, but she definitely needs a little bit of tweaking to make it where it actually feels good for the gimmick. But I think both the Vampire Coast and the Tomb Kings could do like a little bit of a look over. Like, they don't need dramatic changes. They just need like some tweaks around like certain factions and stuff. Still need to read the Gilead books. The Gilead books are interesting. They're of the various like Old Hammer books. I think Gilead has debatably aged the worst. Bruno the Bounty Hunter has aged by far the best. Bruno the Bounty Hunter has aged spectacularly well. And is like a super duper duper good series that works really, really well with all of the lore as we understand it. And like it just slides in really, really smoothly to modern Warhammer. Genevieve series is pretty decent. I don't have it like memorized, but if memory serves, it's not too bad. Like it comes to the modern era without having to break its back. Gilead though struggles. Gilead is a very, very, very strange story by a lot of today's a lot of more modern Warhammer standards. It's an oddball story where you'll read it and you'll just keep seeing things that you go, the what, like it's very odd. So I have very mixed feelings about it. because I think a lot of people don't know what they're getting into when they pick it up necessarily, and it could be a bit of a shock to the system. It can certainly make you raise an eyebrow. You know what? Let's get rid of these and just grab me like a good group of clan rats of spears, and then I'll build the rest of it next turn when I get the discount. Yeah, I know there's gonna be a rebellion. Leave me alone. Which nation is more powerful as a whole, Bretonnia or Kislev? Bretonnia probably wields more consistent power than Kislev does by a pretty good margin. Kislev kind of suffers from being constantly under attack all the time, and Bretonnia has a much easier time wielding its own like power, especially when you consider things like Grail Knights, and a lot of the defenses that their land has in store. Kislev relies very, very heavily on like their natural environment terrain in order to protect themselves, which works really, really well for them. But it also means that they struggle in certain aspects. When it comes to like, you know, Kislev isn't the strongest faction when it comes to just like a straight all-out brawl type fight. They rely much more heavily on having favorable engagements. You know, is kind of one of the bigger things for them, as opposed to just like marching out and punching people in the face relentlessly. Where Bretonnia is much more of a, we're gonna march out and just keep like slapping people in the nutsack until they give up and leave us alone. Or like, you know, break and run away. Kislev or Bretonnia don't play.
I bring pain.
Okay, let's see. So now I can hire assassins, which is good. Oh, we got some like really nice ones too.
Many kills today.
Get on out here, you nerds. I got jobs for y'all. So let's start with our assassin here. And if we can tell him to burglarize from you. Nice. I like free items. And then for... Oh, those don't require the characters to leave. I'm silly. Why don't we do sneaky heist using Deathmaster Snikch? Steal food too, but I think I'll do small heist on... Oh, no, I don't think we actually see a particularly profitable settlement, do we? No, not really. Do a food raid then, that's fine. Little food doesn't hurt. Alright.
Ready to kill.
Replenish troop. Yeah, you're gonna join my army and help out with killing. You are going to be a traditional assassin and go murder people. And then Deathmaster Snikch, let's get Scurry Fast Quick. Let's also... I think this is fine for now.
Deathmaster Snikch.
Hey Sotek, who would be the legendary hero in the Thankful DLC? It would probably be Snikch Vermin King. Snikch Vermin King is the Vermin Lord special character who I have a very hard time seeing as a legendary lord because of the way that he kind of works. He's more of like a powerful type figure that you invite or that you summon in, as opposed to like some great grand general that's out leading armies. Sure, I'll take your money in exchange for you dying very quickly. I would be very surprised not to see Snikch as the legendary hero. Especially like I would be very curious to see what they would want to do with Vermin Lords for Total War, because traditionally the way they've been handling greater demons in this game is that they come in as like units and lords. But Vermin Lords are very different than the Greater Demons are, as far as like how they function within their factions. But it would be, I don't know, it's gonna be really interesting to see, because like on one hand I would love to get like all the Vermin Lord variants, but I feel like that is just not gonna happen as much as I would really like it to happen. Yeah, let's get all the goodies up and running. So, yeah, I really want Warlock Engineers because they'll also let me do underway shit sooner rather than later. Let's get a clan rat type building up and running. And then I do want to bully this army, but I don't want to do it while he's in his own territory. Oop, I didn't want to leave my territory. There we go. We'll just hide an ambush stance. You know what I haven't done today, chat? I haven't asked. At least I don't remember asking. How are y'all? How's everybody doing? How's life? You think we'll ever get more lore about the Ancient Widow? Not until Games Workshop releases a Kislev army book, in which case we'll find out if the Ancient Widow is even still technically like a full thing. Oh. I think she is, but GW has been pretty like hush-hush about a lot of that. Norska just killed Carl Franz, so it could be better. Oof. Oof. Okay, we have a contract. Can I send you to, let's make Clan Molder happy. Yeah, let's make Molder happy first. And then I could send him to make Molder happy.
Leaves on the wind. Yes, yes.
Okay, I need one more turn of healing. So we're just gonna hang out in ambush stance and get that last little bit of health that I want. At least we're doing well financially. Okay, get all that, and then we're about to get a really, really nice tech, which will make our gutter runners a lot more powerful.
You are bold, yes.
Hey, Chachor, what's up?
Foolish to come here.
What do you want, woman? Oh. You dare? You dare? Doing well. Good to see you. I would prefer the 8th edition Exalted Vermin Lord model. Yeah, the Forge World mini, you mean? I'd like to see the Forge World mini as like the Lord level variant. Is like, oh look, here's the Lord, Exalted Vermin Lord, and then we get the other ones as like unit types. But, and then you get like Screech Vermin King as the legendary hero, so you get like a nice little mix. Beastmen, huh? I wish Beastmen were easier to manipulate as like an ally, because like hypothetically they're really, really useful for kind of wielding against your enemies, but they're like virtually impossible to control, which makes them not good at that.
Not yet. Patience, wait.
Like, I wish they would add in a system where it's like, yes, you can basically convince them to focus on an enemy by bribing them or whatever. They need to have like a certain, like, they need to have a system where you can bait them into doing things. And they might not listen to it, but they very well might.
Ashen hears all.
Hello, other Skaven faction that I can now manipulate. Okay, cool. I don't really need ferocious plans. I'd like to get hit and run, because that extra speed. Oh, look at this. The Beastmen did their job. They lured Cathay out of their settlement. I literally could not have asked for a better setup. Okay, so let's give magic attacks and spell resist to... I guess we'll just put that on Snikch, and then we can give leadership to the Eshin Triad. I'm not gonna get summons, because we're just gonna go in here and eat these guys alive. Do beastmen frequently raid Norska? Yes, but there are a lot of beastmen that live in Norska. It'd be busy up there. Should think we'll start on Bone Ripper? Yes. Well, no. He should unlock him as a mount. But Bone Ripper should be his only mount. I would not make some elaborate system where he has like a bunch of different mounts. I would just make it where he starts off on foot, and then when he gets to a certain level, he rides on Bone Ripper. I mean, they could do the Screaming Bell, I guess, but Thanquil's never actually been able to take a Screaming Bell as a mount, as long as I can remember, at least. There might be like a time I'm forgetting about, but if memory serves, you weren't ever able to take a Screaming Bell mount with him. So, I would have it just be Bone Ripper, who's going to be vastly superior anyway, to be honest. Okay, you're back there. You can help with the cavalry. I should have put y'all into groups. Whatever, it's too late. I'm actually kind of surprised he landed that. All right. That. I want y'all to focus over here where the clan or the Skaven slaves are, because I don't give a damn if the Skaven slaves die. Let's do armor on our triad. Make sure they take the least amount of damage possible.
I am ready.
With we're gonna drop this over on this big old pile of archers and nonsense. Okay, over this way. Nice, good job, Snikch. Could do different versions of Bone Ripper. That's a lot of work for very little payoff. Like, because remember, any, like, as cool as that could theoretically be, any investment that you're putting into, like, developing Bone Ripper variants is effort you're taking away from other things that we could have. And I don't think I'd want a Legendary Lord to have, like, a bunch of bonus mounts that he's never gonna use outside of, like, a cute gimmick. Over, like, just giving him the functional, like, mount that is very heavily associated with him, and then immediately moving on to developing, like, more systems that would actually be useful, if that makes sense. You know, it's like, if they're like, oh, we could do that, or we could, like, work on, like, having more Stormfiend variants, then I would much rather them put the effort into more Stormfiend variants. Personally. Rewatched Lost Crusade the other day, and it made me think, could you have a Warhammer Grail Knights up being some far-flung part of the old world forever guarding an artifact? Yes. Yeah, the Lady of the Lake does not just appear in Bretonnia. And Grail Chapels are often set up in places where a Grail Knight will meet the Lady of the Lake, where she'll, like, appear to him. So if you have a situation where some Grail Knight has gone off on some grand adventure to, like, let's say Grand Cathay, and he ends up earning the favor of the lady while he's in Grand Cathay on his questing night quest, it is likely that he would set up a Grail Chapel there if he was, so long as he was able, or kind of, you know, able to do that. He would say, okay, yep, I'm absolutely going to set up a Grail Chapel here, and then you would just have a Grail Knight who just lives over there. Like, if you actually play the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay for 4th edition, there's an adventure you can do revolving. There is a Grail Chapel in Ubersreich, and there is a kind of a retired knight guarding it. But if you read kind of like the various story beats about him, and you read like the GM's the adventure hooks that go along with them, there is an implication that basically the way it's sort of pitched is that in his original design, he's just kind of like an old, experienced knight, and there's nothing super crazy about him. But in the adventure hook, they kind of leave you a little tidbit about there's a adventure you can run about him where if you want, you could basically play him as a Grail Knight. Where he's this really, really humble old guy that everybody likes and everybody thinks is going to get like absolutely destroyed in a challenge. But it turns out that nope, he's actually a full-on Grail Knight. He just doesn't like advertise that about himself because he's busy being like a humble old dude. But if somebody like threatens the Grail Chapel or tries to fight him, he is absolutely more than capable of like murdering the shit out of them.
Master Snikch.
Want to try Reichland next? Empire's such a busy place and I get ganged up on. Just did ultimate victory with Dawi. Was nuts to have 90k income a turn. Yeah, man, dwarves be rolling in money, as they should be. Kana Zankor's got bank. There we go.
Consummate X100. Speaking of the lady, the premise for the war for the false grail just doesn't make sense. How the heck can any lord dare to pretend a goddess is marrying him, when that goddess, unlike the real world, is extremely real and powerful that can strike him down any time?
Strike him down any time. I know her representative is captured, but she's freaking out there being real and exists. So one could argue, it's a difficult, it's tricky, right? Why doesn't the Lady of the Lake appear during Maldred's manipulations and like reveal him to be what he is and smite him, right? Why doesn't she do that? And that's not the easiest thing to answer. Hey, Vivicor, thank you very much for the gift membership. And oh, you got Jake Wu, who's a regular around here. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. That's very nice. So we don't know the exact answer. If you want the realistic answer, like what is the actual case, it could be argued, and I think would very successfully be able to be argued, that when the original story of the Affair of the False Grail was written, the Lady of the Lake was not what she kind of evolves into, so she wasn't that level of she wasn't quite that level of being like an active participant in the world and all the shenanigans going on with it, right? But when it comes to I don't think I want a Warplucking here in my army. I think I'll take a Chieftain though. Weapon Master Chieftain is really sexy, but a tough one's probably better for what I'd actually wanted to do, which is like stay in the middle of my army. But I don't know if I actually need. I don't think I really want a Chieftain Deathmatcher Snikch's army. I think I might just put him in another army. But I do want a Warlock Engineer. Oh, Disciplined is so good. I feel bad wasting that on like a agent character, but I need him to be an agent character for now. Because I want you to steal technology for me. But it just means you'll be good when you join an army later. So when the lady was originally designed around that story, it's likely that she wasn't really meant back then to be such like an active participant, like a god that could just kind of like show up and punch someone in the face. However, there is also the argument that maybe perhaps the Lady of the Lake was weakened that the Lady of the Lake was not as powerful as she normally is because chaos is on ascension. So the situation in the world is getting far, far worse. The situation is getting much deadlier. And because of that, there is just increasing problems. And she is growing weaker because of how the world is changing. So that's a possibility. There's also a potential idea that maybe she chooses not to get involved. You know, maybe for her, this is a test. This is a test of Bretonnia by their goddess, who watches and sees how her faithful people deal with this threat, this very existential threat that is basically kind of like a false prophet emerging amongst them, and how they're going to deal with it. You know, do they fall to this deception? Do they stick to their faith? What will happen? Another option you could say is that the Lady of the Lake, as we know, is not like the other gods of the Warhammer world. She's not like the other human gods, I should say. The Lady of the Lake is very unique because she's an elven god, to be blunt. And the Lady of the Lake, while she can appear to people, she doesn't seem to manifest out of nothing. She seems to require certain... She seems to appear in specific physical places and requires certain ideas to be fulfilled before she is able to take action. Not necessarily in the sense of like she can't do anything, but it's more difficult for her to do something. But ultimately, I would say we don't have an easy answer to that. She has a much higher ambush defense chance. I could try just ambushing the normal way, because I do be having a very high ambush defense or ambush success chance. I would like you to expand under Empire, but let's get your steel tech up and running first. This thing, let's do this so that I'm just generating more money. See if Miao Ying falls for my trap. Aha! Hook, line, and sinker, baby. I don't think I'm gonna need additional summons. I have 2 uses. She doesn't have anything super crazy. She doesn't have any cavalry. And it's an ambush, so no, I don't think we're gonna need anything else. I think we can just go in and kill her. Where are the Caresh stuff? We haven't unlocked them yet. They show up in as a special location or location of interest. So basically, you play a campaign as normal until they spawn in. What will I think will be the DLCs after Tides of Torment? My biggest hope is after Tides of Torment, we'll maybe see a wave of smaller DLCs. So like character packs that just feature like a selection of characters. Maybe something like I would love like a Bodyguards DLC that comes with like 1 new legendary lord and then comes with 5 bodyguard legendary heroes. And just adds like a bunch of new characters, and it's something they could do a quick turnaround, so it could release like 1 or 2 months after Tides of Torment. I'd also be down for maybe a pack that releases, like, instead of it being like these big Lord v Lord v Lord packs, maybe like just 1 race, so instead of like a whole fuck ton of stuff. I would also love to see any new race added to the game. Dogs of War would be like super duper sexy. A lot of people have been, myself included, have been really hoping for a Dogs of War DLC. So I would not be upset in the slightest if they came out with a Dogs of War DLC. To, you know, which is like, what exactly would be in that is kind of a matter of debate. because it could be like Talea, just Talea. It could be Talea and Astalia. It could be it could be Talea, Astalia, and Araby. It could be Talea, Astalia, Araby, and the Border Princes. There's a lot of different ways it could be done. And I don't think there's a wrong answer. There's just different answers. But I would really love to see them be added to the game. That would make me very happy. All right, we ready to roll? I think we're ready to roll. Wow, that was a lot of magic all at once. Okay. All right, we're on her. Poison mortar, we're gonna aim over here. Okay, great. Y'all are on the archers. Dealing with the sky junk. She's transformed. We're going to whirling blades. I said whirling blades. Try and get rid of all this. Oh, she is on the ground. And she is kind of spooky. Let's give Deathmaster Snikch an armor buff. That way he's a little better engineered to deal with that. Okay, we're gonna send you guys in over here. Get gutter runners over to help. Oof. Alright, I'm gonna run away from her for a minute. Ah! Dragon scary! Okay, we're gonna point blank that. We're gonna aim you guys over this way. Okay, pretty much all the archers are dead. That's good. Actually, no, we don't need that. Do this. We're gonna bring it all over this way. We're gonna bring clan rats up over here. We're gonna let the assassin keep chasing her. Okay, y'all are doing a good job. Deathmaster Snikch, we're just gonna go invisible and go hang out over here for a while. We're gonna start focusing. I'm actually fine with that. Ooh, actually, Deathmaster, let's get on that wizard. Okay, start harassing the dragon, please. Okay, we're gonna let Deathmaster Snikch kill the alchemist. And then we're just gonna start throwing shit at Miao Ying, try and kill her. Because Miao Ying really fucking hurts. Alright, good job, good job, good job. Oh, stop. Throw some shit at her. Probably not gonna kill her. Wow, that just bounced. Well, that could have been better. Okay, I want y'all to chase the alchemist. Let's see, whirling blade. Alright, just try and kill as many of those guys as we can. Good work, lads. All right, she gets away, but that's all right. All right, we've got a damage over time bubble. We'll throw that on all these nerds. All right, pretty good overall. Not perfect, but not terrible. Can you hit those guys? I don't know if you've got rank on that. Alrighty. Good work, lads. Good work. Great Horn, Rap, be proud. What should a future Bretonnia or Tomb King DLC be? I would love a future Tomb King versus Bretonnia. I think that'd be pretty goated. Those I've actually been sat on for a while. And I've just got a list for those. Where's my list? Ah, here we go. So my list for those, Tomb King should be Ramhotep the Visionary as Legendary Lord, who is a Necrotect Legendary Lord. Legendary Hero should be Prince Apophis the Scarab Prince. Generic Lord should be the Lich High Priest, to give Tomb Kings a second Lord, which is crazy that they don't have. And also a Magic Lord, which is also crazy they don't have. New generic hero, I would say the Tomb Herald. Alternatively, if they don't want to do the Tomb Herald because it would be too similar to what they've done with the Tomb Prince, they could just do what they did with Khorne and give us a second legendary hero, which the second one would be the Herald Nakoth, who is Cetra the Imperishable's personal bodyguard and is like the best bodyguard in the world, or one of the best. Then for units, I would want ooh, Armor of Destiny? Hello. Don't mind if I fucking do. I would want
Deathmaster Snikch.
I would want heavy chariots, or what were known as heavy chariots back in the 6th edition Tomb King's book, but you could also refer to it as Tomb Guard chariots. So basically just instead of the typical Tomb King thing of having like units of 9 or however many chariots they have, doing a more standard unit of 3 to 4 chariots, but they are much heavier and they have full on Tomb Guard riding them, who are significantly better fighters. From there, then I'd want the Chimeric Titan, which the Chimeric Titan would be the new terrifying big boss monster for the Tomb Kings. And then after the Chimeric Titan, I would want Ushabti Ancients, which the Ushabti Ancients would basically be a higher tier Ushabti unit that has great weapons instead of dual weapons, and just better stats. Then the Necrolith Colossus, which the Necrolith Colossus was basically the 8th edition name for the melee bone giant. So a bone giant that you throw into melee combat that has like either dual weapon or either has dual weapons or one really big weapon. And then I would have the so this one's a bit of a debate. I would make a very loud argument to Games Workshop that we should be allowed to have the Necrolith Bone Dragon in Total War Warhammer, because I don't think there's any realistic reason why it shouldn't be in Total War Warhammer. Like there are certain things I can understand arguments for not having in the game, from say the likes like I can see certain special characters or units that might not be around anymore for whatever reason, not being in Total War Warhammer 3. But the Necrolith Bone Dragon I don't think makes any sense not to have in the game. It should be in the game. So I would have the Necrolith Bone Dragon as the 5th unit. If for unfortunate reasons Games Workshop just refuses to budge on that concept and just like is married to the idea that no Creative Assembly has to buy like a brand new license to use a creature that wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for Total War in the first place. Because if it wasn't for Total War, Warhammer Fantasy would have never been brought back to life. So whatever, but that's a whole discussion for another time. I would then say give us then just Necroserpents. So basically give us the cavalry unit that we have, the Necropolis Knights. Just give us Necropolis Knights without the riders as like a mid-tier unit. And that would be my Tomb Kings one. When it comes to the Bretonnians, My personal list, so this one's a little controversial, and I fully admit that, but it's just how I feel about it. My list is that I would want Bertrand the Brigand as Legendary Lord. I think Bertrand the Brigand would offer the most unique experience, because as the game stands, we already have like a bunch of different like kick-ass fighter badass knights. I don't think any of the I don't think we would get anything new from having another knight as a Legendary Lord. So I would want Bertrand the Brigand, who's basically Robin Hood. He's Warhammer Robin Hood. He uses like a really awesome bow with dragon tooth arrows, and he would allow for a really unique gimmick of not adhering to the traditional chivalry system. He would have a unique interaction with the chivalry system, because he doesn't need to worry about like the typical stuff that most Bretonnians do, because he's not like most Bretonnians. You know, he's not some goofball knight that has to worry about the vows he makes. Instead, he has the pledges and promises that he made to the faceless, and like the Hemeralds and stuff, Heremalds. So he has his own personal code of ethics that he works under, and he does not have to worry about what, you know, everybody else thinks or what everybody else is doing. And as such, I think that he would allow like a very unique system where he works by different rules and different considerations and concerns. Like he's able to do ambush stance and all this other stuff. As for the units that would come with him, the new lord that I would recommend, or the new legendary hero I would recommend, would be Bahamut the Beast Slayer. So Bahamut the Beast Slayer is who I think most people point to when they think of a new Bretonnian legendary lord, but like I said, I don't think Bahamut would... do I want to be friends with Village? No, I don't think I do. Well, maybe for now I do, until I deal with other threats. So yeah, I'll tolerate him for now. Until I've dealt with like Grand Cathay. But I think Bahamut the Beast Slayer would make an extraordinary legendary hero, of like the ultimate monster slayer, super badass looking knight that wields this giant fuck you mace. That he, you know, running around wearing his incredible like anti-dragon cloak and yada 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 yada. I think there's a lot of really, really cool stuff there, but I don't personally care for him as a legendary lord. I don't think he would offer that much new in that case. Which I know some people are not going to be a fan of that take, but you asked for my opinion, and there it is. I also would say that I do not, I'll just leave it at that. For a generic lord, we already have like the Bretonnian lord, we already have the Bretonnian prophetess. So the next thing that I would really want to see would be, oh, my brain just short-circuited, the Faceless. I would want the Faceless as a new generic lord option, and the whole concept behind the Faceless is that they're archer lords, so, you know, they're basically like generic versions of Bertrand the Brigand, where they specialize in anti-large range fighting, and they've got like gimmicks around buffing peasants and yada yada yada. For the generic hero option, I would want the Sergeant at Arms, also referred to as the Craftsman, or the Yeoman Craftsman, which would basically function as like an engineer type hero. So he's not only a peasant hero, which is fun, but in addition to being a peasant hero, he is a, in addition to being a peasant hero, he also specializes in like building up and perfecting your trebuchets to make them as good as possible, which I think would be fun and a good time. And then, let's see, that gives me more food. I want food. From there, so he would give you reload, buffing your war machines. I would allow him to give you a system that lets us finally get our stupid stakes for the Bretonnians, which I have wanted very desperately since Bretonnia got put in the game, because Bretonnians are supposed to have stakes, damn it! Defensive stakes. So he could allow us to finally get that system where he gives your archers the ability to put like stakes down in front of them, which could be like nice impassable terrain, or he could give buffs to your ranged units that make it chaos spawn, that make it where those units get melee charge reflection, or at least charge reflection. So he makes all of your peasant units more survivable and able to reflect damage. Then I would do for units, I would do naiads, which naiads are elementals of the rivers and lakes. So they are elemental types of the Bretonnia. So kind of think like dryads, but more defensively minded. But they're water elementals that serve the Lady of the Lake and work as her divine messengers and stuff like that, which would be cool. And they'd give Bretonnia access to a much cheaper and earlier unit that has magic damage, relies more on like physical resistance because they're an elemental as opposed to like armor or whatever. And they'd have like the elemental system, so you know they well, you could either make them elementals where they break down like demons do, or you could just treat them like dryads where they flee from combat. Either one's fine. Then you do Heramalts, which Heramalts would be a more elite ranged archer unit, which would be based around, they'd be very similar to Empire Huntsmen, but would have you know, they have like Forest Strider, or Woodsman, so they'd have like Woodsman, anti-large shooting, skirmish formation, etc. Then I would do Knights of the Realm on foot, or you could, if we're not allowed to call them that because of the old world, I would call them Knights of Empathy. So knights that have taken the vow of empathy. And Knights of Infantry should basically kind of be like aspiring champions, where maybe not exactly like aspiring champions, but it should be a unit of knights on foot. So they've got like good armor, and they could have either sword and board or halberds, which would give Bretonnia a knight option. So not foot squires, which are technically peasants, they'd be knights. Then I would do the Lost Sons of Bretonnia as the super elite unit. The Lost Knights of Bretonnia are from a Black Library story from Hammer and Bolter. So it's a canonical thing, written by and published by Games Workshop. And basically what they are is they are, in truth, what happened to the male children that were taken by the Lady of the Lake and her servants, because they demonstrated magical ability. We know that the girls come back and serve Bretonnia as damsels and prophetesses, but what happened to the boys? Well, this is the answer. The boys are basically trained to be these kind of crazy knights that wear a special form of silver armor that's got a lot of like lake motifs and yada yada yada, and basically they are specialists in, they're a really nasty cavalry unit that has like magical damage and a bunch of other fun gimmicks, and they would focus very heavily on dealing lots of powerful magic damage. They have very little defenses armor wise, but rely more on like physical resistance type stuff. I'd probably give them bound spells, because they're supposed to be wizards functionally, but they ride on kelpies, which is very cool. They have kelpie mounts, which is just really badass and awesome and kind of unique. And then from there you have your and then last would be Bretonnia would get one monster. One. Though what exactly the monster would be I would say up for debate. Some people want it to be the Some people want it to be a questing beast, though I don't think there's really much evidence in Warhammer Fantasy of the questing beast ever being an actual thing. Like, there's one piece of artwork people like to point to, but that's not really what that is. Like, there are these weird-looking creatures that show up in a really an old piece of Bretonnia art that's super badass looking, but there's no explanation as to what they are. So a lot of people are just like, oh, it's a questing beast, and it's like, that's not a thing, but cool, I guess. I personally would go for a monster that shows up in the same Bretonnia story where we get the Sons of Bretonnia, and the creature that we get from that story is called a Merlion. And the Merlions are sacred guardians of the Lady of the Lake, and basically they are really terrifying. Well, you can Google what a Merlion is, but it's like, you know, half lion, half fish. And they are very scary and they are very powerful. Lewin Leyenkur killed one, which is actually how he gets the title of Leyenkur. So the way he gets known as the Lion-Hearted is because he kills one of them in a one-on-one duel, which earns him the admiration, or it impresses the lady. So I think having one of the lady's favorite big beasties would be a very reasonable addition. Wow, that like completely missed his units and just hit all of mine. And that is what I would do for Bretonnia. I know some of those takes are also controversial, but it be what it is. We need to get into combat with all these ranged units. Okay, Deathmaster Snikch is on the enemy lord. Let's get our assassin into these archers. Good job, boys. So he killed the lady's favorite beast and was rewarded. Well, he didn't know it was the lady's favorite beast. There was actually like a super awkward thing where he finds out that he basically killed like a guardian of the lady, and he feels really bad about it. he basically is like, I am so sorry, I would not have done that if I had known it was yours. But to be fair to Lewin, it attacked him first. He killed it in self-defense. And the lady was like, oh, wow, all right. Like, nice, good job. So, yeah. It wasn't like he walked in there and was like, fuck the lady, I'm gonna kill her favorite pet.
Death awaits. Like the wind. Slice, slice. Clanrat spears.
Do I think they should update the diplomacy seduction with Slaanesh and add anything to it? I mean, it works pretty well. What would you want added to it? Like, what does seduction not allow you to do that you wish it allowed you to do? Kelpie is Celtic, so Albion. That's not how Warhammer works generally. Like, you don't. So especially when you're dealing with older Warhammer factions, they don't tend to have very good one-to-ones as far as like, well, this faction is inspired by this culture, therefore they get this monster. Like, that doesn't usually carry you very far in Warhammer. It works for someone like the newer ones, but like Kelpies in Warhammer are traditionally associated with Bretonnia and the Wood Elves are the factions that are like most heavily inspired with them. Even though you are correct that if you were going to be giving them specifically to the faction that is more associated with them for us in the modern era, it should be like Albion. But Albion also doesn't have much in the way of like river and lake creatures. They deal more with like swamps. and quagmires, which is why they have like the Fen Beast. Yeah. But Albion's also like never going to be a playable faction, so putting something in Albion really doesn't work, because that they're not gonna ever be a playable faction. You want some of this smoke too? All right, fine. Bring it on! They could add seduce units into a unit pool. I think just being able to steal them temporarily is already like insanely powerful. I don't think you also should have the ability to recruit them. I don't think that is necessary. How the Naga? I have not gotten them yet. I'm trying to unlock them. It takes a bit to get them. All right, his army is mostly just garbage, so I'm just gonna run over and punch him in the face. Need to switch out all these guys for Russian triads. It's just a bunch of lame-ass archers over here. Kill them all! Put some bonus armor on Snikch. Start killing archers. Start killing archers. Throw damage over time down here. Okay, that dude's got way out of dodge. All right. I'm gonna keep you focused over here. Yep, y'all just keep chewing people up. Okay, enemy generals dealt with. I'm gonna go this way. You're gonna go this way. You're gonna chase them off. Looking good, boys. Looking good. Okay, you shattered them. Let's come back to this unit. You shattered them. Go help with this unit. Some clan rats here, and that should pretty much tie it up. Games Workshop made a post showing Archeon with the old world logo. Yeah, I saw. That's stupid. Basically, all that is that everything fantasy is going to be branded as old world. They're not. Games Workshop is not going to put the thought into it that they frankly lie and say that they're putting into it. Like, you know, the whole idea where they're like, oh, well, the era of Karl Franz is different from the old world. No, it isn't. It's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. It's all part of the same setting. The only reason Games Workshop... let me be very blunt with you guys, right? Let me be very, very blunt with you guys and reveal a little secret to you, okay? The only reason Games Workshop has said that there is any difference whatsoever between the old world and Warhammer Fantasy as far as like branding goes is because they want Total War Warhammer to pay them more money to use old world stuff in their Total War Warhammer game. Or better yet, want them to make a new game that is the old world game, so they have to make like a whole other game. But the only reason that GW is even remotely played at the idea of treating them as a separate IP is because they want more money. That's it. But that's why, like, if you go look at like the new Archaon books, which they're re-releasing, they're re-releasing the Archaon series. Archaon has nothing to do with the old world, right? Archaon has not been born yet. Archaon is not relevant to the old world. The Everchosen is Azavar Kul. Azavar Kul is the big bad. Archaon has nothing to do with Warhammer the Old World, but they are releasing his books under the Old World banner because as far as GW is concerned, there's not a difference. The only time that there is a difference is when somebody wants to basically use them for like a video game. So if they see somebody being like, oh, can I use the new Old World's goodies in my Total War Warhammer game? GW is going to say, no, you can't do that unless you pay us for another license. Which is very, very dumb. But that is the thing. If I could replace Albrecht with any other Bretonnian Duke, who would I have chose? I probably would have gone with the Duke of Baston, Bahamund the Beastslayer. Bahamund is significantly better established, and actually had like unique art, and was like a fairly well-known character. I don't hate Albrecht. A part of me is really glad that Total War went with Albrecht because it allowed him to be fleshed out as a character. Ooh, other Trickster Shard on Deathmaster Snikch. Don't mind if I fucking do. Holy shit, that's gonna be overpowered as hell on him. Minus 20% to all wards. Oh my god. That's so good on Deathmaster Snikch. From the shadows. Yeah, that's fine. And then give me... Let's get Rat Foo up and running. Let's get concealment bombs on the wizard, and let's get the cheaper warp stars. Assassin, we're gonna grab replenish troops and concealment bombs.
Chief Assassin, yes.
Nicely done. Give me snakes, I'm working on it.
Yes. Yeah.
I gotta unlock them. Which there's a random percentage chance that you get them during interns. So basically I just have to keep playing until they decide to show up.
Shadow.
So just keep manifesting them, chat. Keep manifesting them until they appear. Okay, now we can grab Rune and Decay, make me hit harder. We can take this. Oh, nice, they're dead. Okay, I wonder if I can convince you to join war against her. 19! Jesus Christ, no, I'm not giving you a non-aggression, loser.
Deathmaster Snikch.
Okay, let's get... getting hard to hit on you would actually be very nice, but I really want to get Black Whirlwind, though. So let's grab Veil of Shadows. Repair that. Let's get this, get this, get this, get this. And I can still afford that. Nice. We're doing very well financially, so that's good.
Harness the power.
The power! Okay, you're gonna just run over here.
This way.
Can I get more Warlock Engineers? No. Okay. Probably need a second army soon. If that's the case, we wouldn't have Kislev or Cathay until the war. Those were put in the game before the old world existed as a concept. The Old World did not exist as an IP until Games Workshop committed to making them for the tabletop game, which was after they had already made Kislev and Grand Cathay for Total War. Because to be clear, I'm not speculating, I'm telling you. Like, to be very, very clear, I'm not being like, oh no, that's what I think the situation is. Like, I have journeyed to Games Workshop myself, personally. I've been to Games Workshop HQ and said, hey, have you ever thought about letting them use Old World stuff? And they're like, well, that's a different IP. And I said, well, that's dumb. So don't come at me with your, well, Sotek, I don't think that makes sense. So you're lying. No, I realize it's stupid. I agree with you that it's stupid, but it's unfortunately the way it is right now.
Silent killer, yes, yes.
Makes us sluggish.
So if you think GW's logical, then you have not dealt with Games Workshop very much. Because they don't play that way. They are motivated by other things. Alright, let's send Snikch off. Bring in the Night Lord, because we're not in too much danger at the moment. That's fine. Arch Warlock? I'm gonna take moderate offense to that because I'm not lying. I have had the pleasure of having those discussions in person, and if you would like, I will bring people on to share the fact that they were there with me in person for those discussions. So fuck you, dude. Yeah, you're not gonna come in here and just say, oh, Sotek's lying, he's making shit up. No. No. Like, you can fuck off with your little fan theories, dude. Like, but don't come in here and like fucking slander me because you don't like it. That's a you problem. The reason that we have Grand Cathay at all, like the only reason we have Grand Cathay, which Games Workshop has publicly talked about this, is because Creative Assembly came to Games Workshop and said, hey, we would really like to make Grand Cathay. And GW said no. And CA went, okay. And CA went off and made Three Kingdoms and made a very, very popular, awesome game that sold like hotcakes and people loved it. And then they came back to Games Workshop and said, look, we made Three Kingdoms. People loved it. You should let us make Grand Cathay. And GW went, okay, I guess, you know what? Tell you what, we'll help you make Grand Cathay. And so they made Grand Cathay. And then CA went, okay, guys, we have our Chaos factions, we have our Cathay faction, but we need more good guys. We need another good guy. And GW went, I guess you could use Kislev. And they're like, okay, that's not enough Kislev. We need more Kislev. And GW went, okay, we'll make you a full, like, developed Kislev. Because the OG Kislev was not big enough for a Total War faction.
Poison blaze.
But none of that would have happened if it wasn't for the Warhammer trilogy. But Old World and the era of Karl Franz, so like Total War, Warhammer, those are very separate IPs. Like, they're not the same IP. Just like the Horus Heresy and 40K are not the same IP. They are separate IPs. That's why when you play, like, the tabletop game, you're not allowed to use your Horus Heresy stuff in 40K. You can't use your, you can't just mix the settings, because as far as Games Workshop is concerned, they're separate. There are, like, historical reasons that tie them together, and it's dumb. I don't like it. But the old world is not fantasy. The old world is Warhammer the Old World. This game is based on Warhammer Fantasy, which is like your 8th edition backwards. Well, end times backwards. But that's why you're not allowed, that they, Creative Assembly can't just use anything from the old world. They have to ask for specific permission. They can't just use it. So like the Necrolith Bone Dragon, for instance, is not allowed to be used right now. It'd be nice if one day we're allowed to use it, but as it currently stands, it's not allowed to be used. Or like if Creative Assembly wanted to use like the Foot Knights, the Bretonnian Foot Knights, those would not be allowed right now because those only exist in the old world, arguably. I could easily show that that's not actually the case because Foot Knights actually originate before the old world. But it's a debate you'd have to have. You can't just automatically use it. But Total War is allowed to use end times backwards. If they want to use anything that's been made new for the old world, they have to basically argue for it. And right now, those arguments are not going well.
Jade Commander.
And I don't like it. I don't think it makes sense. Like, I think it's silly. Because the idea that, the Necrolith Bone Dragon is the easiest example. But the idea that the Bone Dragon, for some reason, shouldn't be allowed in, like, Total War Warhammer because it's an old world mini is demonstrably very, very goofy. Because we can very easily look at the fact that, like, it's not unique to that era of the world. If the Tomb Kings, like, the Bone Dragon would have existed in later eras of the world, right? It wouldn't have, like, stopped existing during the timeline of Asvar Kul attacking the wider world. Whereas, like, when it comes to, like, new special characters, some of them you could, like, they're not as clear-cut of a case because they might not survive to the modern era. Like, Ishaya Vess for the High Elves. We don't know if she's going to survive the Great War. She might be killed in the Great War, but she might not. GW is very, very picky about these kinds of things. I don't think they should be, but they are very picky. Like, you know, we had the whole Zongor incident, where Zongors first existed in Warhammer Fantasy. That's where they originally come from, is Warhammer Fantasy. But they, because of how the situation developed between within, like, for GW Studios, we saw that we weren't allowed to use Zongors with beats because it got said, nope, those are an Age of Sigmar unit, those are not a fantasy unit, even though they originate from fantasy and they should exist in fantasy. And the Beastmen are a very relevant fantasy faction, and the Beastmen have been removed from Age of Sigmar as a faction for some stupid reason. And it's because GW tries to force separate their IPs. which is dumb, and I hate it. Like, it's super stupid. It should not be the case. Games Workshop should just let people use the things they want to use as long as it makes sense. But, like, Zongors should exist in the old world just like they exist in Age of Sigmar, just like they exist in 40k. The only difference that should ever come up is that the ones in 40k have guns, and they don't have guns in the other settings. That should be the only difference. But instead, GW is forcing in differences by saying things like, well, no, you just can't have Zongors in fantasy. Like, you're not allowed to take them. Like, even if I go open my Beastman book, they're like, oh, no, you can't use Mono God Beastmen in fantasy because those are AOS minis, which is not how that works. But GW has a very annoying internal structure that revolves very heavily around, like, trying to make their internal teams compete against one another. So they like to be able to try and track sales, which means they don't like minis to be shareable between settings.
Your offering for Mulder Clan.
And Simipork donated $5 through Super Chat. Does Britonia have a version of Kislev's Ice Guard? Female
No.
warriors who mix magic and martial skill, not just wizards or female knights.
No, not that we've ever heard about. The closest thing would be the Lost Sons of Britonia, who have only ever been mentioned within Hammer and Bolter, which is, like, that's technically canonical, but it's a bit of a wibbly-wobbly form of canonical because Games Workshop doesn't really like to remember that their their published books exist. They tend to be like, oh, those don't really count, because GW is gonna GW, but no, Britonia does not have anything as of right now that you would say is comparable to Ice Guard. Istian Lion, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Thanks, Sotek, for all the years of content knowledge. Your main source of happiness in a world of shit. Oh, well, thank you very much. Thanks to this, I'm prepping for my Wolfra gang to visit their first visit to Skeggy. Awesome! Well, I hope that goes really well. I hope that goes good for you, my dude. Y'all have a good time with it. Skeggy's pretty fun. I had a little adventure that took place there for a bit, and trying to climb up the big rock in the center of town did not go well for me. Still waiting for CA to upgrade the Zongors, give them the beaks. They won't, because they're not allowed to, because that's not fantasy IP. That's AOS IP. Creative Assembly wanted to do Zongors with beaks, but they literally can't because Games Workshop said they can't. Like, Games Workshop is the IP holder. They get to decide what goes and what doesn't. So if CA's like, hey, can we do Zongors with beaks, and they say no, that's it. That, you know, if Games Workshop says no, then the answer is no.
Call me Death Master, assassinator.
As unfortunate as that is.
None shall see. Seek find victims.
God, it's so hard moving around Cathay.
Lay poison shadow.
Why are you so bad? No, I want to save my money for this. Okay, we're actually doing pretty well on food, so let's go back to... I should probably get a second army, so let's do martial planning, I guess. How am I? Undead, I'm doing good, dude. I'm doing alright. Hypothetically, if Creative Assembly made a Caliphate Total War or Khmer Total War, we could get Araby and Caresh. That isn't necessarily what would be happening, but it's hypothetically could be the case.
Strike like snake. Assassin.
Oh wait, isn't Snikch back by now? Yeah, he is.
Death Master Snikch.
Okay, we're at Runen K.
Lord of the Assassins.
Hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer till we get our Snakemen.
In my optics.
Okay, this place has... Yeah, this place has a...
Harness to the power.
We need to send you somewhere further afield.
Where's my doom bucket?
Behind you port's giving us lots of food, so that's good. Should Vampire Coast get any more DLCs? I'd love to see another... I would love to see another... Oh, my back! Vampire Coast DLC. I don't know what would be in it, but I would love to see it. I mean, they could do like Jade Vampires, the Jade Blood Vampires, and make them Pirate Coast. But we know that Games Workshop has planned for the Jade Blood Vampires, but we don't know what it is. So it's a little difficult to like make much in the way of predictions or anything, because like GW has an idea what they're doing, but that doesn't really give us much information to go off of. You know what I mean? Wait, I didn't see... Oh, okay, there we are. Sure, we can take 2 turns to get some more units. Okay, so I want 2 Death Runners and an Eshin Triad. That'll work.
Silent killer. Yes, yes. Zap, zap.
We'll go up there. Arch Warlock, man, I'm sorry. You're living in fucking denial, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Hide.
I have never met someone that is so confidently wrong in my life. But hey, man, yeah, I did. If you, if that's just a hill you're gonna die on, then good for you, I guess.
Whispers on the wind, blades in the dark.
Ooh, that's not nice. Okay. I guess we'll let Village have the north, because I don't want to get attacked from below. Sack non... Ooh, but that's a lot of money.
Sneaky snake.
Okay, you go do that.
Bring it down.
And then... Who is this? Oh, this is you.
Ready.
Alright. And then we are going to get a new general. What are the odds that we get the last part of what's next to arrive by the... no, it's not going to arrive by the end of June. It's going to arrive by the end of... it's going to arrive sometime in July. They put out an update on it when they announced patch 6.2.1 or 6.2. They mentioned that they didn't like call out that it was delayed, but they basically said it's delayed. They got rid of Beastman and Age of Sigmar. Yes, they did. because I'm not a fan of this. Once again, I hate this for the 50th time. I hate it more than I can express, but essentially when Old World started coming out, there was kind of a big divide that was forced between Age of Sigmar and Fantasy, where basically the factions got broken down into they were allowed to be in one or the other, and there's not much in the way of crossover allowed. We still have some crossover despite GW's desires, but they are they're few and far between, unfortunately. I don't think... No, he doesn't get poison attacks normally, so cunning's actually quite good. So, like, the Beastmen, for instance, they decided that they wanted them in Fantasy, and for GW being GW, they were like, well, if you're gonna have them in Fantasy, you can't also have them in AOS. So they just deleted them out of AOS. Despite the fact that the Beastmen have had a building storyline for, like, a while. So it was really fucking random for them to come in and be like, oh yeah, you know that Morgar storyline we've been building up for like 2 editions? Yeah, no, it's gone now.
Death missing.
And the reason all of the legacy races are main legacy races in Old World is because they are prominent armies in Age of Sigmar. Like the Lizardmen, prominent in Age of Sigmar, so they're not allowed to be a main Old World army right now. Same thing for Skaven, same thing for Vampire Count, same thing for Ogre Kingdoms. I'm not sure why they didn't do Dark Elves, to be honest. Because, like, the Dark Elves have some stuff in AOS, but not a lot, to be honest. It's mostly just, like, Witch Elf type shit. But they're not, like, a massive part. Like, because it's Daughters of Cain, right? But Daughters of Cain have grown beyond just Witch Elves. So, I don't know why that is a hill Games Workshop was like, well, no, we can't have Dark Elves. Because I don't think there's that much faction overlap, but that's just me. In cities? Are they still in cities? I thought cities was mostly human now, or almost like entirely human. Are there still, can you still take Dark Elf stuff in cities? Sure, we can put a chieftain in this army. Another cunning character, hell yeah. Oh, they are? Oh, okay, well, there's that. Well, there's your answer. What do you do? No, you damage walls. Okay, I don't really care for that. Okay.
Secret Slayer. Yes, yes.
Because I know they removed all the high elf stuff from cities, so you can't take high elf stuff in AOS anymore. Because you used to have like the Phoenix Guard and all that jazz, and they all got ripped out.
Blades. Unseen killer. Warp stone. Blast walls.
Success. Good.
Warp fire.
Why isn't there a Dark Elf Shade running around with Gotrek? Yes. Though I don't know if you can even are Dark Elf an assassin, but I don't know if Dark Elf assassins are still in. I I'm not sure if they're still playable in AOS. If they are, they would be in city. They used to be playable in Daughters, but I don't think they're in Daughters anymore. I think you have, if they're not in cities, I don't think you can take them anymore.
Death Master. Born to kill.
Big man, strong, tough.
Okay, let's get poison stuff. Ooh, I've got a good number of those. I do like burglarize.
Only the dragons.
Why can't I confirm it? What's the problem? Oh, there we go.
My loyalty lies with another.
What is big heist? Big heist is steal a bunch of money. Wait, hold on. What are my options here? Big heist is steal 4,000 gold from a settlement. Grants ownership over a Skaven army. Wounds a lord. Grants rulership of an undercity. Destroys the most expensive building. Damages 10% of an army. Cause a rebellion. Okay, so I'm gonna steal an item from Nangao.
Are without sense or honor.
Pension blocker pendant. Then let's do. Might save up for big heist because big heist is a lot of money.
Sneaky pig.
From this valor, very nice.
Channel fight. Indeed.
Cuties of Sigmar, nice. That is. Assassins are still in cities. Good. Second edition, if Darkos and Lizardmen are still in AOS, will not be New World but Far East build up of Cathay range with some races like Caresh and Nippon. Maybe, I have no idea. I mean, anything's possible. We're in weird waters as far as like the AOS fantasy situation is concerned. We haven't really been in a scenario like this because the situation between those settings is a rather unique relationship compared to like when you look at 40k versus 30k, right? Where the Horus Heresy is very, very heavily focused on just like a specific conflict, where it's like, okay, it's Chaos versus the Imperium, or you know, corrupted Imperium versus more Imperium. There's no Xenos, right? So you don't have a lot of the other factions that could potentially like stir things up and be super relevant, which makes it very unique compared to like AOS and fantasy, where there is a stupid amount of crossover, because the original focus the original idea that was leaned on so heavily by AOS was that it utilized a significant amount of the fantasy factions because otherwise they didn't exist. So they all moved over to AOS and have been living there for a super long time, but now there's like another place for them to go. So we're in these kind of very strange unexplored waters about what's the future of fantasy going to look like, where if the game continues to be successful, which it seems like it's reasonably successful, at that point, do we start looking for as you're like expanding editions, do you focus more on adding new races, which means that you're looking at mostly the Far East, Or maybe the South, because you could do things like, you know, bring back Dogs of War, or expand Talea or Estalia into their own factions, yada yada yada. Or do you focus more on bringing more of the legacy races back out? It's very, very hard to say. It's super hard to say. Because Games Workshop has very heavily demonstrated that they want them to be separate, but that could also change at any moment. Like, there is nothing stopping GW but GW from saying, oh, you know what? Actually, we're not gonna separate the faction or the settings anymore, and you can now take whatever you want. Like, if you want to have Beastmen and AOS, cool. If you want to have Lizardmen and Fantasy, cool. There's nothing stopping them from doing that but themselves. Like, they could turn around at any moment and start and just say that. It doesn't seem like that's gonna happen. Like, I would be surprised to see them change their opinion out of nowhere. But could happen. I mean, GW is a fickle beast, to say the least. That was an unintentional rhyme.
Silent executioner. Sneaky, sneaky.
So it's just kind of one of those things where all we can do is wait and witness and hope for the best.
The master of poisons, yes?
We'll get some storm vermin in this army next. Give it a little bit more of a staying power. I want you to head towards Zarnagrand,
Not this time.
because I'd like to put an undercity there. A rebellion? Yeah, who cares? I don't like cities becoming human only, even with those new models. Yeah, I kind of like cities as being like this really interesting, diverse set of factions, but we'll just have to see.
My will does not bend.
All right, so we've got rebels. Yeah, I guess we can kill these rebels.
No. No.
I've got 2 schemes. I would like to have 3. So I could do the one that costs food, but it resets all my used ones. So I could do that. So why don't we do a small heist on Shenyang with Snikch, just to give me some money. And then we can do stash rations with this guy, I guess, which resets it. And then I can do big heist on Weijin with Deathmaster Snikch. Oh, no, in that case, let's do it with... Oh, none of my other characters are high enough level. Ah, and they'll be gone for 4 turns. I see. Okay, so I don't want to do that just yet. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Master assassin.
Y'all need more levels. Do I think the Felix storyline will pop up again in the Go Check and AOS books? I doubt it. I feel like if they were gonna do something with Felix, they would have done it by now. Because, like, I don't know what they'd be waiting for. Like you could maybe there's some thing, like I don't know, maybe they're waiting to get to a certain point in the storyline, but they kind of like finished the main original tale they were telling with Darius Saints, and I also, because like I think a new author's taken over for a bit, or for like the current set, but yeah, I don't know. I personally doubt Felix is coming back, because it would be a very I don't know, it would be strange at this point. I would love to see Felix come back. I just don't see that happening. Okay. I want Age of Sigmar, Corngors, and Pestigors. Me too. I was really disappointed with the Corn book for 4th edition AOS. Because they had, at the end of 3rd edition, they had a really big build-up to Korga School basically ascending to Demon Princedom. And then didn't do anything with that. And now... And then, like, the book came out and we didn't really get anything new. It was a pretty big bummer in my opinion. Like, I was expecting some cool, awesome stuff, and for Korn to get a pretty big focus in 4th ed, because he had some pretty major build-up in the Dawnbringer Crusades. But yeah, no, they just kind of didn't do anything with it. Which was a choice. It was a choice. No, don't crit fail, you little bastard.
From shadow I strike.
Restores all of your armies to full health and immediately... Oh, that's quite nice.
I bring pain.
Let's do sudden kill scheme.
I'm shadowed. Away, away.
Hey,
They die.
we love a good ambush. We love a good ambush.
Tasty eyes, chewy fat, yes. Best elite ratkin.
Expert ambusher, thank you. Let's give you Toxic Rain, and you can get Blade Master. Go over here. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Another Tilean Tavis. Shuriken Jitsu. Stab in the back is like so good on this guy. So let's do stab in the back, and we can do Shuriken Jitsu. That's fine. And then you're gonna do Cathayan Training, and you are gonna do another point Blade Master. Mr. Oh, you struggling over there, Mr. Vorn? Yeah, sorry to everyone that's I know a lot of people are having pretty significant heat waves in the world, especially folks in places that are like not used to dealing with said heat waves. So hang in there, y'all. It sounds unpleasant. Like, it's hot here, but we're used to it. And like have the appropriate setup to deal with it, whereas y'all, that does not seem to be the case. So my condolences to anyone that's burning alive right now, because that definitely sucks. Do I think the Arval campaign will get nerfed? That seems unlikely. Like, maybe if there was enough of a fuss about it, you need to be posting on the forums and like trying to get people to comment on it and make a big fuss on it. If you're just kind of like passively hoping that the difficulty is going to be increased, then no, I don't think that's ever going to happen. You've got to be making it happen. You know, like there's a lot of I know that a lot of folks really hope that there will be a I know a lot of folks really hope that there will be a change to corn in general, because I know the corn changes were not popular with prior corn players. A lot of I've seen a lot of posts on like the subreddit or in the forums and stuff of people saying that they don't like how corn used to have, like, you know, some fairly unique systems and mechanics, but then the new system came along and a lot of those systems and mechanics got changed out. So like corn used to have the growth system that was dependent on dealing like getting into lots of fights and like killing lots of people and yada yada yada, but that got changed out for just kind of like stereotypical regular growth buildings, and that is not a popular change in a number of people's books, which is understandable. Higher upkeep, but our units are much better. Wow, 20% extra upkeep is a lot. Let's get, I'd like to get more casualty replenishment. But I mean, ultimately something like that is down to like personal taste. And I don't think there is necessarily an easy answer for it, unfortunately. As much as some people would really like there to be an easy answer for it.
I serve only the dragons.
Can I do that with... Yes, I can. Nice. That's a good chunk of health damage.
My loyalty.
It was some damage. It wasn't a ton, but it, you know, it helps a little bit, I suppose.
Attention.
Progress is being made. How much money do I need for this? I need 12. Okay, we need to start saving up for upgrading Kudlan.
Victorious. Yes, yes.
Love the abs? What? Yay, Talisman of Preservation. Wow, okay, Deathmaster Snikch is kitted out to hell and back. Okay, we can combine these. Forbidden Rods. Alright.
Master assassin.
I can run with that. What else do I have? Plugger Pendant. We want to put the Lucky Arrow on our Master Assassin, because that'll actually make him better at shooting. The only other thing we have is Pigeon Plucker. Suppose I could slap that on one of my random wizards.
Chief assassin.
Okay, the only thing I still need to do with him is I want to get rid of all these gutter runners so that I can get gutter runners with poison. And then for my last slot, let's take the avalanche mortars. So we can just... Well, do I really want the avalanche mortars? Might be better to go... I don't know if I actually want poison wind mortars in this army anymore. I think I'd rather go almost pure Eshin, so I could focus more on stealth and maneuverability. Yeah. So I think I'd rather take another Death Runner and then give me another Eshin Triad. I think that'll serve me better in the long run. Alright.
Death missions.
Good job.
None shall see.
You just keep doing stuff. Nope, we're gonna save our money. Am I thumbing up for the stream? Oh, I guess Skeleton must have changed it. Okay, so the mod maker just messaged me saying, hey, watching the stream, just thought I'd clarify that each region inside Cathay that you capture will increase chance of spawning a location on any of the other regions you own. It's a snowball effect. Whew, I did not know that. All right, so we need to start capturing a lot more territory in Cathay. Duly noted. Let's go do the quest for the Cloak of Shadows real fast. And then we're gonna go take over Cathay. Will I get the evil Pokemon Skaven plush? Eventually, yes.
He who steal takes my things will Snikch agrees.
All right, let's go. Oh yeah, this is one of those ones where it's like, go kill people all over the place. Actually, let's hold up a smidge. Want to wait for Deathmaster to get out here. Come on, Snikch, hurry up. And we could brutal bone this dude so that he just dies instantly. Throw some warp stars at these nerds. Nice. Let's do a speed buff on them, make them run faster. Oh, cool! Thanks so much for coming by, dude. Thanks for the heads up. That makes me very glad we chose to go with Snikch. Yeah, because I got it on Kimmler, but it took me until turn like 60 something. So we're gonna go run over this way. Okay, good. They're all dead, and they're shattered. Okay, cool. Run, flee, run! Yeah, dude, that Skaven Assassin plushie is fucking adorable, dude. Like, I've been kind of meh about their plushies, like the Squig one's fun, but for them to come out and be like, look, a Skaven Assassin, it's like, well, god damn it, I want that one. That one's actually kind of cute. It's like, how dare they make such a piece of perfection? I already don't have money. Actually, let's kill those. All right, don't chase.
Master Snikch. Snikch goes. Lord of stealth.
Just getting ripped apart. Good lord.
Time to go.
How do you beat dwarfs or chaos dwarfs with this army, or chaos with this army? You don't have enough armor. So Weeping Blades, you need to soften them up with like your Death Runners or your Assassin characters with the Weeping Blade passives, and then you just laugh as your ranged stuff just melts them off the face of the earth. Generally speaking, you're gonna be better off with like the Gutter Runners that with the throwing stars, because they'll be able to like avoid them as they're running. You may also be better off with like different lores of magic, so you might prefer like having the lore of ruin so that you have access to like cleansing ruin. Like I enjoy the Eshin magic because it's very thematic, and it's a pretty good lore. It's not as good as the others, but like Brittle Bone's pretty nice. Black Whirlwind's not, I mean, Black Whirlwind deals pure AP damage, so it's pretty good in certain scenarios. It's more about like knowing when to pick your battles and not taking like straight on engagements, is I think ultimately what it kind of boils down to. I do want to stay out of the Poison Wind Mortar's range until we are able to shut them down effectively. Pop some stay hidden abilities just to be safe. Let's send our triads over this way. So yeah, it could be kind of funny and just like block this thing, but I think I'm happy just fireballing them. If he holds still, I'll just come over here and Black Whirlwind him. Alright, and then this squad, we're just gonna move on in. Do that. We are gonna come around this way. We're gonna come around this way. Alright, and then we're gonna do Veil of Shadows over here, which is gonna cause a whole bunch of disruption. Triads, we're gonna come in this way. We're gonna go this way. Alright, he's on them. There we go. Then we'll do a big Black Whirlwind over here. We're gonna fireball the Death Runners. Snikch, we're gonna pop that. Gonna get on the Rat Ogres. We're gonna chop up the Rat Ogres. And then I'm gonna do this. You can pull up here. Oh, they do have a character. Okay. He's just being all sneaky like. Alright, so I'm gonna throw warp stars at him, and then I'm gonna go hide. Get our assassin on him. Get Snikch on him. Do you think there's any chance of meeting Tarmokan's other bros in the old world? I really doubt it. It's not impossible. But they don't come around for like a really long time, because they're contemporaries of Archaon, right? So they don't show up for like another 200 years. They likely exist by this point, so like the argument could be made. Supposedly, which I would say take the next thing by a grain of salt, because I've had the privilege to speak with like a lot of people from Games Workshop, and there's been like chats about the TarmoCon stuff before. But what it basically boils down to is that the TarmoCon series like was planned out, right? So there was going to be a thing for each brother, but once they decided they were going to go through the end times, they basically kind of like stuck most of TarmoCon's story into like a bunch of drawers, and we're like, well, like we're not doing that, and we never really got to see the conclusion of the storyline. The hope would be that they will eventually like come back and finish it, but I would be so surprised to see that be the case. Like, I would be really surprised, just because it would be kind of difficult to introduce into the old world. It wouldn't be impossible though. It would just require them to actually have to like rewrite some stuff. But GW doesn't really do those kinds of Forge World books anymore. At least they haven't done them for a long time. The whole idea of like campaign supplements from Forge World. They still do them occasionally, but definitely not like they used to. That was like a very different time. Would be happy to be wrong about that though. I would love to see them expand the other TarmoCon brothers. It's just not something I expect anytime soon. Kill the Medusas, please. Medusas hurt, man. They're really hurt. Maybe a series after the old world? That's possible. I mean, the old world's got so much to do in it. Like, they seem like they're really going to take their time with it, which I think is a good thing. Like, I think GW is making a lot of the right calls with the old world. Literally, the only thing about the old world that I am not a huge fan of right now is the legacy factions. But even that, I could see being totally fine if they decide to, like, slowly reintroduce the legacy factions. But overall, I think they've been handling it pretty well. And they've been really taking their time with the story, where they're starting us in like 2276, I think. And we're just gonna like slowly work our way through the story. It seems like, which I am 100% cool with, and I think is a good idea. But we'll just kind of have to see what happens, you know? Okay, give me Scarred Veteran. Let's do another point Brittle Bone. You're gonna do a point Bloody Blade. Okay, so we're gonna go take over these ruins, and then we're probably gonna start building up to a war with, I guess we can go to war with Zhao Ming. I don't necessarily want to punch an ally in the face just yet. Let's wait one turn. Well, no, it's only gonna be a 1200 gold difference. Fine, whatever. We're doing fine on all this stuff, so I guess we can do efficient planning for now.
Master assassin.
You're gonna run over here, and you're gonna grab some new units. Let's get some... I'd like some Storm Vermin and Sword and Board. Oh, okay, well, that makes that easy. Declare war on me? I was going to declare war on you! Alright. Since they put Archaon in the old world, there might be some plans. Depends on how Asmar and the Great War will last. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to change anything about that. I think they're just going to... Games Workshop really likes re-releasing books. Especially if they think they'll be relatively popular and will, like, you know, sell. which they generally are. So I would guess that the plan is that they're just going to re-release all fantasy books under the old world license, because there isn't really a Warhammer fantasy license anymore. You're either old world or you're nothing.
Justin Steele 6,308 donated $7 through Super Chat. At Loremaster of Sotek, yo, how tall are you? Turin claimed he ran into you at a tournament and described you as a big dude. Do you do squats and lifts?
There are several ways I am a big dude. I am both large and wide. Let's see. I'm a little over 6'1". I think some people would describe me as 6'2", but last I checked at the doctor, I'm just a little over 6'1". But I'm hefty for sure. I do try to get my squats in. I don't exercise as much as I should. I need to exercise more than I do. But I try to be active. Sadie is enough of a bother that she makes sure that we go out every day for a stroll. How about they re-release the damn rare books with Monstrous Arcanum? That would be super nice. That would be very, very, very nice. Shut up, Victor. No, I don't. I am not helping with party assassination, at least on my own party. I'll help you assassinate your other party. I'm not helping you assassinate my group. We're too stupid as it is. We don't need help getting killed. That Minotaur incident almost got way out of hand. Yeah, it's actually really funny if you ever see me and Andy Law next to each other, because me and Andy are like almost the exact, we're pretty much the same height. And it's very funny how similar me and Andy are. It's almost silly to the point that it's kind of creepy, to be totally honest, because it's just like, I don't know. When I was staying with Andy in Scotland, there were a lot of times I felt like I was just looking in a mirror, but like the mirror is just me in like another 15 years, and it was like, oh no. like it's not a bad thing. I would be so happy to have the life that Andy has, minus the health problems, but he's got like a beautiful home, beautiful wife and kids. And he's accomplished a lot of really cool things, but goddamn if it's not super funny being around him, because we have too many similarities. Like it's one thing to be similar to someone in like appearance, it's another thing when you're like, oh, we're similar in appearance, and we're similar in mannerisms, and we're similar in taste, and we're similar in like certain context of our personal histories, and we're similar in this other way, and it's like, Jesus Christ. This is kind of terrifying. God, I miss hanging out with Andy. Staying with him was so fun, dude. Like, that was thank you for the super chat, by the way. That was truly one of the absolute highlights of my entire life, and an honor on top of that. Andy's just the GOAT, man. There's no other way to put it. Dude's just a legend. I'll be damned if I lose this settlement. I ain't losing this settlement to a bunch of goddamn Cathayans. Not a bunch of goddamn Cathayans! Alright. Sneak these guys around the back. When that Lord gets in range, we need to pelt the absolute hell out of him.
Yes, yes, yes!
Y'all are not going to shoot just yet. I'm just going to bring in Storm Vermin on him. Globadiers pull back. Just keep an eye on things over this way. I'm a little scared of these Iron Hail Gunners, not going to lie. I have a one-use warp bomb. Probably in this pack would be the best. Back up, back up. Okay, y'all can step forward and start throwing stuff.
Agreed. Yes, yes. What? Very good, master.
Actually, I lied. Y'all. I lied. Oh, Jesus.
Yes, yes, yes. Scampering.
There we go.
Advance retreat.
Okay, you are gonna sneak up on these archers. Enemy general's almost dead. Poison Wing Globadiers are friendly firing like absolute bastards, which I suppose should not be surprising. And explode. Boom! Delicious. Okay. Y'all come up this way and get a full surround. Let's shut down these archers. The enemy general is losing decisively, but has not broken yet. Let's aim for these swordsmen. Wow, I'm shredding my own guys super badly. Let's get a... Yeah, I'll save up for a big tower, actually.
Council's command. For the vermin tide.
Run! Run! Run, little rats! Run, run!
Straight. Onwards.
Great Horn Rat says run, run, yes!
Guide us home. Attack! Charge! Knights runners. Ready now. What? Clan rats. Horned one's wishes.
There we go. We can get a big tower up here.
Yes.
Y'all get into their rears and flanks. We're gonna have clan rats come over this way. Slaves are gonna come over this way. Fortunately, the enemy general escaped, but that's alright. Globadiers, you can go ahead. Clan rats, go with them. Storm vermin, we're gonna pull you back. Night runners, we're gonna come over this way so we can start doing a surround. Tower will be up 40 seconds. Hello.
100. Peak Dwarf versus Peak Elf. Pre-sundered. Who would win? I feel like Elves would win since the High Elf went toe-to-toe W Dwarf to an almost stalemate, but I may be wrong.
A Peak High Elf versus a Peak Dwarf. That is a very, very difficult matchup. It honestly, it depends on where they're fighting and what's going on around them. I would say if you put them in purely neutral territory, it's anybody's game, right? I don't think there's any like, oh, these guys definitively win or these guys definitively win. Generally speaking, I think your elves tend to have a higher peak than your standard dwarfs. But that does not necessarily mean that such a scenario is gonna like just be like, oh yeah, the elf wins. It depends on a lot of factors. Because like Kalidor II was a very, 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 very good duelist. Like he was incredible. And was ultimately killed by Gotrek Starbreaker. But I don't know if I'd call him peak elf because he's also relatively young during the War of Vengeance compared to like a lot of what we consider peak elves. But yeah, I don't know. That's hard, dude. That's really, really hard. I would say it would be rather scenario dependent. So like, what's the environment? What's the situation? What equipment do they have? Like, what kind of dwarf warrior is it? What kind of elf warrior is it? Dwarves and elves are very, very well matched. But I would say generally elves tend to have a slight advantage.
X100. Peak is in race pick, not individuals.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about individuals, not empires. So pre-sundering elves versus peak dwarf. Ugh. Elves would probably win that. The elves, before they got divided up, did not have many weaknesses. The sundering really took a lot out of them. And it also caused them to be somewhat less diversified. That being said, I don't think the War of the Beard would have necessarily gone much differently, in the sense that the dwarfs are borderline impossible to... Before the Age of Woe, the dwarfs were... It was virtually impossible to get the dwarfs out of their holes. Or, like, get into a dwarf hole. Even the elves at their peak, I think, would have really struggled to pry the dwarfs out of their mountains. But I think the war in, like, the open plains and, like, the war for, like, the siege of Toralessi and everything, that would have gone much worse for the dwarves. But so I think overall the war would have been more high elf favored, or, well, elf favored. I think the war would have been more elf favored. And I think the elves would have ultimately won the conflict, but I don't know if the elves would have been able to take any of the Karaks. Because the Karaks are, like, fucking ridiculous. Especially because the dwarves have the ability to reinforce one another by using the underway, and I don't think the elves would have had a realistic way to stop them.
Release us, good.
Question, Loremaster Sotek, do you ever think we'll get blessed spawnings of the missing units? Maybe? So the tricky thing with that is basically... The reason we don't have blessed DLC units is because the blessing system is pretty basic and is just tied into all of the playable Lizardmen factions. And it basically gives you access to free units. So the issue seems to be that CA doesn't want to, like, incentivize giving the players access to, like, DLC units for free. So, like, allowing you to just grab whatever DLC units you want without having to buy the DLC. You know, the idea seems to be very much that you're supposed to buy the DLC in order to get access to the DLC units. So if they were to make it where you can get those units without owning the DLC, that would be a pretty dramatic change for how Creative Assembly, like, handles those concepts, which would be interesting. I don't think it should be that big of a deal. But obviously I don't work at CA and I don't have to deal with, like, some marketing person who's like, if we give them free access to DLC units, why would they buy the DLC, and having to, like, deal with trying to answer that. You know, that's not my problem. So yeah, I don't really have an answer. I don't have an answer to that. Other than, like, it'd be nice, but they'd probably have to design, like, a new system, unless they just wanted to give everyone access to DLC units, which I could see them potentially getting in trouble for. Oh, Oh, he's got Sotek with him. That's a little spooky. They can make them DLC restricted. I think they'd have to, like, create a new event type that only triggers if you're playing a DLC Lord. Or, like, if you have the DLC. I don't know if I've ever seen them demonstrate an ability to make events that only spawn if you have a DLC. I don't know if that's something they're able to do. Do I know the AOS story about one Rever's furry Skaven that likes humans and wants to be one of them? I don't recall that off the top of my head, but AOS has got all sorts of crazy stuff in it, so that wouldn't, like, surprise me that much. Like, AOS is kind of wild, dude. All sorts of crazy things happen in AOS. Which I don't think is a bad thing. I think it's fun. Okay, so it's mostly Jade Warriors. Obviously, Sotek is going to be a problem. What have we got going on here? We've got Celestial Dragon Guard. And then over here, we've got... Okay, so... I don't like this 4-pronged attack. That makes me sad. So I think we definitely want Poison Wind Globadiers on this flank to wipe out the Celestial Dragon Guard. I wonder if I should just fight him at the core of the settlement. That might be better instead of trying to fight him piecemeal, because it'll also make, like, Sotek and stuff less useful. Yeah, I think this is one of those ones where it's going to be better to fight at the heart of the settlement rather than trying to, like, fight him individually. So let's run with that. So we can have a bit of a nope, I want you in the center. I'm gonna turn this into a leadership buff so that my rats are more likely to hold the line. We're gonna turn this into one as well. Especially because there's gonna be, like, big stuff coming this way. This is the direction Sotek is gonna come from. Storm Vermin will kind of hold you in reserve. And then we want Storm Vermin will probably end up going over here. Night Runners, let's have y'all all start in the center. You can hold here against Zhao Ming. And then Poison Wind Globadiers, y'all are probably going to want to be on this flank. We're going to have some extra clan rats up here. And then regular clan rats, we're just going to pile up here. Skaven slaves ready to fill in any gaps. Alright, I think that's everybody. Let's go. And our goal will be to get a very high tier power or tower up very, very quick. Hey, Sotek, playing Greece's campaign is a lot of fun. Dude, I love Greece's. I think the Greece's campaign is fucking fantastic. Hey, Jack, what's up? How you doing, Jack? Why are you on YouTube instead of Twitch? You should do on Twitch, because then I can do funny things to your name. Stardoge, thanks so much for the sub, by the way. Sotek, yeah, Sotek the Watcher. Over here. The big Gundam boy. He's got that big ass bow that I am desperately hiding from, because if he aims it at me, he's gonna rip my ass in half. Okay, we're gonna start pelting these Longma Riders. They're coming down. Swarm them! Swarm them! Alright, that should be fine. let's see, where's the Celestial Dragon Guard over here? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna summon a unit on top of the Celestial Dragon Guard in the hopes that we can warp bomb them. You're on Twitch now? So you are. Hold on. Let me do this little thing real fast. Go here. Then I go here. No. Jack's a cool cat. I met Jack while I was in at Offkai, and he's a sweet bean. He's like the tallest femboy you'll ever meet in your life. It's wild. Normally they're like really small, but he's a tall one. I don't think you're taller than me. I think you were, maybe? I don't remember. You were about my size, I think. Go forth, my little suicide bombers. And kaboom! Perfect. Oh, that could not have been any better. That was a perfect warp bomb. Oh, you'll love to see it. Oh, there's a giant fucking lion in my base. What is my height? I am 6'1", a little over 6'1". Rat boys, hold the line! Okay, Satang's coming up. We should probably engage him before he starts shooting. Ow. Where's that metal wizard? Okay. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. Alright, Celestial Lion is broken. Hopefully we can finish it off before it gets out. I don't think Zhao Ming is transformed yet. Oh my god, that fucking hurts! Oh jeez, he's shooting. I really don't want to go down there. I want y'all to come down over this way. Okay, all shooting units, we need to go engage and kill Satang. So let's start heading over this way. Y'all run over this way. Let's drop one of these. See, these guys are like so close to being dead that if I get a good cast, it should finish off a lot of those models. Which will be good. Yeah, y'all just hold the line. Oh dear. Oh dear, that hurts. Okay, so let's get a 2,000 cost tower up and running. I'm not too worried about them coming around this way. Kill the lion! Kill the lion! Okay, I need to shut down those archers. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's not be overzealous. Okay, I need y'all to come back over this way so I can kill Zhao Ming, hopefully. Where's he going? Where's he going? I just realized I'm not guarding, protecting this direction. Do I have eyes on that? Oh, shit, he's going like way over there. Hey, good job, Globadiers. Okay, let's go after these guys. Get him! Alright, we're gonna summon some reinforcements over here. Let's turn this into a monument. Bro, Satang is just lighting people up. Get on them. Okay, y'all are gonna go shut down these archers. let's have y'all go around the back. I'm not too worried about the Celestial Dragon Guard. They're still pretty messed up. Oh, the friendly fire. Oh my god. Jokes going all around, guys. Okay, Zalming's taking a lot of damage. Skaven Slaves, let's have y'all move up. Yep, y'all just run away, that's fine. We're gonna drop the big AoE damage thing over here, so we're hurting Zalming with it. If we can kill Zalming, I think we're fine. It's spooky, but we're okay for the moment. Let's get some more rats over here to just keep things light. Okay, good. We shut down them. Kill the peasant archers. Poison Wind, I need y'all to come up here. Okay, Zalming's about to break. That's awesome. Should be able to take this flank now. Bro, Sotek is like making me poop my pants a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. Is he regenerating? Oh, he is regenerating. Oh! Sotek no like. Sotek no like. Y'all rallied. Awesome. More clan rats. Let's shut down these archers. Okay, Zalming is dead. Awesome. Shoot Sotek! Everybody shoot Sotek! For all that is good on this ratty earth. No, y'all. Oh, fuck, god damn it. You, come here. You back up. You focus the wizard. Y'all come over this way. Oh my Jesus Christ. I feel like him having a Gundam should be classified as cheating. Okay, you shoot over this way. Oh, I fucking love Globadiers, dude. They get so much work done. We're gonna summon a unit to be annoying. And just protect my ranged units. Oh no, they broke. Okay, we're gonna drop our last big AoE damage aura thing there. Good job here. If we could reclaim this point, that would make me very happy. Okay, good job there. Go reclaim that point for Daddy. Okay, I need Poison Wind. And no, we still need to wipe out this Jade Warrior unit. Once that Jade Warrior unit's dead, we can go from there. Okay, y'all need to start shooting Sotek. Storm Vermin. Let's wait diligently for just a little longer. No, come over here. I mean, Sotek's almost out of ammo, though. We could just, like, kind of endure. Can this tower hit the Dragon Guard, I wonder? Actually, no. Go this way. Get on those Jade Crossbows! Oh no, he's doing something. Ah! Okay. Let's send all of our spears over to get on Sotek. I need Globadiers on Jade Warriors. We're reclaiming points. He is obliterating shit left and right. He's taking damage now, though. Actually, Storm Vermin, y'all hold back. Everybody, hold back. Let's let these guys do their job. We're gonna hide from Sotek for the moment. Let him come to us. More clan rats. Oh, that's not good. Are these just Jade Warriors? Yeah, okay. Storm Vermin can handle Jade Warriors, I think. When I say that, they're getting old. Y'all focus Sotek. Nice. Okay, we reclaimed this point. That's good. That means if the center point falls, we're not just like immediately SOL.
Our tail's yours. Globadiers. No, not our tail's yours.
Okay, Jade Warriors are broken.
Night Runners! We obey!
So we can start focusing Satang down. We got some guys over here that rallied, which is cool. Satang's almost out of ammo, which is great. I need to buy my lads here some more time. We're gonna see if we can surround and break these dudes. Alright, Satang's getting focused! Why don't y'all go combat and let's murder these Jade Warriors. You lot, let's go, let's go, let's go! Okay, good. Broke them, so now we can focus the Celestial Dragon Guard. Jason, thank you so much for the 46 months! Really appreciate it. Oh, please. Oh. God, Lord. Luckily, that ability is not good at close range. Okay, we're taking that back. I've got one more summon, and we're going to use it on the Jade Archers. Satang's got 2 shots left, but he is taking pretty consistent damage. Okay, Celestial Dragon Guard are dead. Awesome, that's what we like. Satang is getting shot up by everything we've got. Clan Rats are on the Jade Crossbow, so they're not shooting us anymore. Okay, I think I'm 90% sure we're good. Yeah, the Jade Celestial Dragon Guard being dead is huge for us. Now it's just a matter of just nickel and diming Satang down until he crumbles. There we go! Victory! Oh, lordy. Alright. That got a little spooky for a minute. Satang got like 500 kills. Good lord, dude. My man was just not running out of arrows. Fucking Gundams, man. Nothing like trying to kill a big rock mech with a bunch of rats with slings. Let's take the sell-off. That's good. I would have been very sad if we lost that settlement. I feel like the AI probably should have won that. If the AI had attacked from one direction instead of trying to attack from 4 simultaneously, then it probably would have won. Because it would have been a better use of its, like, more elite troops. Because it attacked from, like, multiple directions at once, it let me... I was able to make my superior numbers work better for me. But hey, no one's ever accused the AI of being perfect. It's supposed to be fun at the end of the day. Which, that was a fun fight. I could have very easily lost that fight. Nearly did. Okay, you go this way. Yeah, you go this way. Get Warp Fireball. And the Chieftain can pick up... when you get Elusive. And then Deathmaster Snikch is gonna head for Zanshi. Meanwhile, yeah, we can go ahead and upgrade the settlement. Kunlan's got 3 more turns before that particular thing is done. Upgrade those buildings because that'll just give me more money per turn. Nice, stealing tech, very good. Additional tech makes Sotek a happy boy. All right. Okay. Have I read the last Go Trek book? I own it. I haven't read it yet. Vermin. What is it? Vermin Slayer. Oh god, he's got Go Trek and Felix. I could just save myself an auto resolve, or I could fall back. I think it actually might be better to fall back, because then I can try and ambush him. Woo! Zoming's got some. He's got some armies. Yeah, making good AI, especially in real-time strategy, is very, 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 very hard. It's very hard. Mostly it tends to revolve around allowing the AI to cheat. Or you have to have like enough simple options that the AI is actually able to be reasonably decent at predicting what the player is going to do and like responding to it. But I think the vast majority of real-time strategy games, the AI has to cheat if it's going to have like any hope of doing anything of interest. Okay, he's got a bunch of armies coming into this area, mostly because of the Celestial Riverlands, so let's reinforce here. And he goofed, so I'm gonna come out here and murder this fool. Because ambush stance is OP! Nice. And then I'm going to fall back in ambush stance. Hide, sneak, kill, yes, yes. Let's get Scarred Veteran. I almost have Marked for Death, which will be very nice. Assassin's Trophy, hell yeah. I've got 2 Deathmaster Stitches level 23, so he's not a high enough level yet for the next thing. I do need to switch my commandment next turn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't let perfect be the enemy of fun. That's, man, no words could have been more true. Ah, ambush Gotrek and Felix? Well, we gotta fight this, right? Getting the contract to kill Gotrek and Felix. That's too good not to fight. Gotta kill Gotrek. It's a good thing that I did not plan an evening stream for today, because this is taking longer than I intended it to, but that's okay. That is a-okay. There's a stream that I will talk about, or I haven't shown on the socials yet, but I will talk about it now. There was a lovely fellow I met at Offkai that goes by Alamantis, who he is he's a VTuber, but he's a retired professor who is super fascinating fellow, really, really fun to talk to. And me and him ended up getting into a discussion about all sorts of different things, about like Warhammer and life and yada yada yada. So he basically asked if I wanted to do kind of like just a chat about like a get together and have a chat on stream about a lot of different aspects of like Warhammer especially, and how Warhammer reflects various subjects and topics in the real world, and like how GW is sort of how GW and writers have navigated those waters over the years, and like what have been some of like the good decisions they've made, what have been some of the bad decisions they've made. So basically what I'm saying is that we're gonna have a stream that's gonna be much more philosophical, and just kind of is gonna be like a nice chill discussion stream. I am very, very excited about it. So if that sounds interesting to you, that is going to be tomorrow evening around oh, he's running away from me. Alright, I guess I'll just kill Gotrek and Felix. Let's Brittle Brone both these nerds so they can't get away. Oh, Felix ran the wrong way. Well, that was a bad cast. Alright. Well, Gotrek is getting absolutely ripped to pieces.
I am ready.
Like, holy shit, Gotrek's getting torn to pieces. Yeah, without Felix, you ain't so tough, are you? And he's dead. Well, it's a good thing the books aren't written like that. That would have been kind of lame, wouldn't it? Now we're gonna go kill Felix. That's his weakness, man. Just separate him from Felix, and he loses all his plot armor. At least in fantasy. In AOS, it just made him even scarier. But in fantasy, it makes him. You can kill him. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow at 9 p.m. CST. Now he's a. I want to say was a sociology professor, but don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure if that's correct.
Assassin!
Horned rat power.
Hold still, damn it. That stream, though, I do believe will be Twitch exclusive. I don't believe we're gonna do that on YouTube. I think that one's gonna be only on Twitch. But we'll see. Well, maybe should I do it on both? I mean, it's a bit of an unusual one. And if I do it only on Twitch, then we can have all of the chat in like one spot, which will be nice.
Master Snikch.
Bro, you still haven't killed him? What is taking so long? Here, Deathmaster, haul ass over here. Will it be uploaded to YouTube later? I could record it. That way, like, we'll see how it goes, and if it goes like super well and it's super awesome and stuff, and everyone's like, wow, that was the best thing ever, I could upload it to YouTube. And if it ends up just kind of being like a cool little thing, but it's not like super duper crazy, then we can make it Twitch exclusive. 2 stream income is more than 1. That's not necessarily true. That's actually not entirely correct. Wow, Felix actually survived, as did the Lord, who just unfortunately did the smart thing and just ran for his fucking life. He just got the hell out of Dodge. How dare he survive the horror film? I'll have to think about it. Because, like, there is a lot of good arguments to be made about only streaming on one platform at a time instead of dual streaming. Dual streaming is not always better. It depends. Like, I know some very, very, very big creators that they stream on both platforms, but never at the same time. But I also know people that always dual stream, so I don't know. 'Tis tricky.
Master Snikch.
Kill.
Here, bitch. Nom 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 nom. Alright, so we got the scrying. Wow, scrying stone 20% ward save for 30 seconds, actually. Not bad. Okay. Good. We can march our butt over here. Get Snitch up to 25, which is, yeah, Deathmaster Sigil, finally. Let's also start grabbing Infiltrator to make my Assassin Rats even more deadly. Arcane Conduit. Let's also get the best version of Brittle Bones, so it has reduced cooldowns and cheaper cast. Then for our Assassin, let's actually get improved speed, so he runs faster. And is a little more reliable at tracking down enemies. And then we're going to send Scrot over here. We're going to switch this over to Expansionist Planning to make building construction cheaper next turn. Our Warlock Engineer has a debuff on him right now where he won't be able to do agent actions without probably killing himself, so he's going to wander over that way. You're just going to stick on this chick and keep messing with her army to make her life as miserable as possible. And I'm saving up my scheme points for the moment. Well, actually, I don't think I need to save up my scheme points because I want to burglarize. So let's burglarize this fool with Snikch. Wailing banner, and that's okay. That's not great, but whatever. How's the fan mod? It hasn't triggered in this campaign yet. I've gotten it in another campaign, which I'm going to use to make my like video on it. But it's pretty good. It's fun. Why am I not on Kick? It gives you more money and no ads. I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. I know literally nothing about Kick. But I also don't think I have an audience over there would probably be the answer. Let's see. Ooh, strength. Getting expendable clan rats would be nice for settlement battles. But exploit criminals is also very nice. I actually think I want exploit criminals. Okay, this will let us march on Zanchi and take it. And this is a level... Yeah! Make that bitch level 5! Okay, cool. And then Kunlan is max tier, so we can buy all of the big boy upgrades for it, which, holy shit, these are expensive. Oh god, my finances are screaming in agony. Ah! Okay, but we got through it. Cool. I can afford to do literally nothing over here. Expansionist planning is fine. Deathmaster Snikch leveled up, so let's do more points in Infiltrator. Our wizard, we can start doing his melee stuff now, so he's not as useless at defending himself. Can't get any of the buildings that I want to get yet.
Many kills today.
Assault units is fine. Yeah, good job. Good job, little dude. Good job. Being real annoying. I appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna send you over this way. Scrot. Why don't you head towards Taisu? And that's good. Ricardo, it wasn't a trick. It's not. I don't know why people are like, oh, CA would totally stealth drop Naga of Khuresh. No, they wouldn't. Y'all know how it works around here. Alright, we're just gonna start plowing through settlements here. I'm gonna sack this first. Ooh, push of healing. Why don't we slap that on our other assassin? Hunter's Talon. Push of healing. And then on our master assassin, let's give him Ranger's Quiver, which gives him basically infinite ammo and way bigger range. Hunter's Talon, which makes his missile strength go up even more. And then we can slap some tank items on our characters. Give the chieftain the Berserker Sword. I don't need this many staffs. Well, that'll give me just another blue staff, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. Another Book of Acer. I think I'm happy with Forbidden Rod. Okay.
Best elite ratkin. Master of poisons, yes.
Let's get the Wailing Banner, and Deathmaster Snikch will take the War Banner. Man-Thing Slaves can be worn by sorcerers and warlock engineers.
Lord,
there we go.
assassins.
And then this assassin, let's grab that final point fleet-footed so he runs really fast. And then why don't you just sit in Arcane Stance?
Marching.
And then that gives me enough money to... Oh, dang, I still can't afford the top-tier buildings here. But that's fine. Zanchi, let's get the garrison building, and let's get the money-making building, and let's get the control building. That'll be good for this turn.
Call me Death Master.
You're just gonna follow this chick and be annoying. You, I'm out of money, but I can get some more money after taking this settlement. Let's do magic attacks on my lord, I guess, and then cause terror on my chieftain. We're gonna sack it because I need money more than I need anything else right now. Run back to my territory. What are crackle bombs? Eh. Why don't you grab ancient cunning? Make you better at stealth stuff. Mr. Wizard, you can get the rat Karuta. We're gonna run to get back closer to my territory. That lets our warlock engineer do steel tech, which he succeeds. Very nice. Max out our steel tech because I like spamming steel tech like it's going out of style. That does give us a little more money for Zunchi, so let's upgrade our port, which will give us a bit more money. And then we can also get a weapons dump for some more money. Money, 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 money. No, Ricardo, I am playing the fan mod. This is the mod. I haven't gotten them yet. You have to find them. They're mercenaries. They're not like it's not like a legendary lord. So there's like a percentage chance every turn that they'll spawn in on one of my settlements. So that's what we're working towards. A molder contract. Oh, we're level 2 for molder. Okay. Zhao Ming has a big army in there, so I should probably fall back for a little bit. Can't afford much else. Level 9, that's fine. Why don't we capture Taisu so that we are expanding in this direction. We're gonna get the growth building here. Where did she go? Okay, she's in Hanyu Port. Alright. Yeah, you just stick on her like glue, my dude. Just keep assaulting units, making her life miserable. You're gonna start heading up into the mountains towards our Nagrand. This gives me conceal bombs for my units, and then the crackle bomb on him. That's tricky. Actually get Deadeye. Let's make you better at shooting. So you have like a bunch of shooting buff, shooting item buffs. Blah, 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 words. Okay. Do I have the? Oh, skills. Oh, steel Skaven tech. Okay.
To touch a dragon ball.
I can only target Skaven settlements with it. Can I see any Skaven settlements? Yes, I can. I can see Misty Mountain. Hell yeah. Don't mind me. Just gonna yoink some tech from you there, Clan Molder, or Clan Morse. Nice. That's really good. And then I actually would like a food raid.
My will does not bend.
Give us a bit more food to work with. All right. That's good, and that actually levels up Deathmaster Snikch again. So we can get that final point in Infiltrator. Okay, good. Oh, I'm back. Gotta love GW because of misunderstanding, lack of clarification that AI's the Arcane Journal is propaganda, made community pull avatar meme. There's no war and bossing say. Yeah, it's not a very well written book, to be honest. Like as far as like communicating that idea. Though honestly, it's kind of hard to tell if it's intended as propaganda. Like it feels like it is, but you figure that the author would have been like really obvious about it. and they just kind of weren't. So I don't know. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Yeah, this is actually a really important settlement to capture because it has food stores. Or it has pastures which generate food like absolute insanity, which is good. It's good eating. Here, let's get more buildings. He's in march stance. Oh, his army's kind of scary though. Scrap, why don't you fall back?
Master of poisons, yes.
That 5-unit difference is kind of major.
Last wars.
How much longer do you have still? Tick forward one more turn. Okay. Where's my assassin? I think he got. Yeah, looks like he got wounded. That sucks. Okay. Let's get nothing else, I guess. No. No, I don't think people care that it's like a good guy faction. I think the thing that bothers people is that it reads like propaganda in the sense of it's like everything's perfect and everything's lovely and nothing bad ever happens here. And unlike all the human nations, there's no inequity, there's no like no one takes advantage of other people, and everything's perfect, and the humanity under the Celestial Dragon Emperor is happier than they could ever be, and nothing's wrong ever, and we're the best. Which is like, well, that's not very compelling. Like, not only is that ridiculous, because that obviously doesn't make any sense, but it's also just not very interesting. Of like, so, like, nothing bad ever happens, even though the book disagrees with itself. Like the book just has very obvious problems. Like it's just odd because like I would have thought they would have like intended to make it seem like propaganda because it seems very like on the nose, but they use God voice, so it's like, so you intended it to be like this? This is weird. Because like you can go watch the stream, the Lord stream me and Andy did yesterday, where it's like you can use the book to prove that the book is lying. Where like on the second page it's like, ah, yes, Grand Cathay is dealing, or the Celestial Dragon Emperor has to deal with rebellions caused by disharmony and discontent within Cathay. And then like on the next page it's like there's no bad things in Cathay and everyone is happy and the people are all like joyous and would never ever do anything bad or try to fight back against the Celestial Dragon Emperor. And it's like, okay, well, which is it? Because one of these is not true. I suspect I know which one it is, but like, how about you make up your mind? I can get wolf rats now. Yeah, yeah, and of course it does come off as very like there's no war in Bossing say silliness, but it's like I don't think that was the intent. Because if so, then they shouldn't have used the god
I
voice.
serve
But
only the dragons.
what do I know? I don't work there. It could just be that they just have like a bad author, or it could just be that the author's playing 5D chess and being like, even though I'm using god voice, I have faith that the public will magically know that I didn't mean to use god voice and that my god voice was actually a deceit. It was a ruse. It's like, okay. All right. That in and of itself is not a great idea. Because that is not how that works. But, who knows?
Lord.
It's gonna be very, very interesting to see what the next book does. The second Arcane Journal. To see how it, comments on, like, similar ideas. If it's still gonna run with everything is perfect in Cathay except JK not really, or if it's going to like split the difference, or just where it's gonna go from there. It'll be interesting to see. Actually, Dwarfing Menace would probably be kind of nice against Grand Cathay.
In my optics.
Consummate X100. Joe Conny cuz Terry's no god in Grand Cathay. Hence whenever it's god voice, pretty much it's just Dragon Daddy voice.
That would genuinely be one of the funniest ways for them to answer that. To be like, well, Cathay doesn't believe in God, so there's no god voice narratively. Be like, even though it's a literary term, Cathay still denies it and breaks the fourth wall to say, no. No. I just want to fact, despite its flaws and the great scheme, they're trying to do the right thing. I mean, yeah, no one's saying that Grand Cathay is, like, evil.
Snikch, master of death.
Or, like, they're secretly super evil bad guys. It's just that they have conflict. Like, it's not a perfect empire. It's a place where, like, there's struggles and people are doing things and life is not always easy and humans are going to be humans, meaning that they're going to cause problems even when, like, things maybe are, like, objectively good for them, but they don't realize it because, like, humans are greedy and stuff. But it's more just, it's not, I don't have a problem with the idea that, like, Cathay has a complex system. That's fine. The problem I have is that the book can't make up its the book disagrees with itself. That's what I have a problem with. Because it's like the book should not be arguing with itself. That's not good. that is problematic. Because it makes reading it very, very confusing for people new to the setting. And it also causes, like, silly things where, like, someone reads the book and they read it and they're like, all right, I read this book word for word and I understood it, and this faction doesn't make any sense because it feels like it's from a completely different setting because it, like, disagrees with itself and it can't decide if Cathay is heaven on earth or if it's like everywhere else in the Warhammer world. And it's like, well, okay, if we use our powers of deduction here, it's probably like everywhere else, in the sense that life is complicated and, like, nothing's perfect. And then, but the issue is they could point to the book and say, well, that's not what the book says. The book says everything's perfect. And it's like, well, yeah, but the book also says that not everything's perfect. It's like, well, okay, well, which is it? It's like, well, I don't know.
Master assassin. They die.
Like, I'm making assumptions, because that's what I do for a living, is make educated guesses. But I don't think the average person should be subjected to having to do that to just understand a basic book. Oh, I'm getting very hungry. What does he have? I think it might be. Oh, will I not? Oh no, I won't retreat. Well, that's a problem. Okay. Well, let me perform this to get our army back to full health. Nice. I love when things work out exactly the way I want them to. We're slowly but surely picking apart their armies that they just keep feeding to us like a meat grinder. Let's get Skitter Leap. No snake waifus? Well, okay, so here's what we might do. If we don't get them this turn, I know y'all want to see them. So what we might do is hop over to my Kimmler campaign where I have unlocked them. That way we can at least like check them out and look at them and everything before I take a lunch break.
Sneak, scurry. Master of poisons, yes.
Okay. So if we don't get them this turn, I'll hop over to my other campaign so we can just look at it and play around with it a little bit. But do keep in mind that I will make a video showing off the full system. But our hope was that we would get it in this one, but we have not been very lucky. Co-message you a mod that increases the chance of spawning. Well, that's cheating. I don't want to do that. Alright. So let's save this here. And then let's pop over to my Naga of Khuresh Kimmler campaign. Just so we can see what it looks like and mess around with it a little bit. Hey, Jack, appreciate it. No, dude, you're fine. You got nothing to apologize for. You got absolutely nothing to apologize for, you sweet bean. You're great. Alright. So, here's what this looks like. When you generate it, you'll get a dilemma. And the dilemma, you'll basically get a thing. And then the fun thing is that they did design it so that you get a different text box based on what faction you're playing. So like the little lore segment changes. So it says Midnight Serpents. The soothing silence of a new night had barely settled when the word reached you of unexpected visitors. To risk the perils of your domain after dark, they must be capable or profoundly foolish. Their leader, a feeble human, introduces themselves as a Filed One, an emissary of the serpent cults of Caresh. They claim their cult can assist with problematic vampires and their unruly spawn. They assure you that their living weapons can subdue a lone arisen, but they require regular amounts of living biomass to bring such monstrosities to bear. You've heard nightmare tales of the horrors that lurk in the Koreshi jungles. They could be useful, even more so if they become corpses. This would drain your population of mortal livestock, however. How do you respond? And you can choose to either accept them immediately, to give them a turn, or to, whatever. So I said, yeah, sure, come on down. And welcomed them in. Is my stream still up? Yes, it is. Okay. So you'll notice that my capital, I have a unusual location that says foreign entity, and here I have the Shrouded Society Gathering. which says, strange serpent cultists have gathered within a forgotten corner of the realm. Led by a filed one from the far hinterlands, they call for the might of the fabled Blood Naga. And this gives me Chaos Undivided Corruption, -1 control per turn, -10 growth per turn, but allows me to start recruiting mercenary units starting on the turn after. So we'll do this turn as normal, where I'll like kind of move around, do things. So you can see I'm chasing around Grom the Paunch with Kimmler. The Red Duke is antagonizing High Elves at the moment. So we'll bring them over here. And then I've got an army over in the Empire that is attempting to take Altdorf after blowing it up temporarily. Just do some quick little things. Let's get more money and a better garrison and more pots. All my little necromancers who've been running around stealing technology for me. Any new lore on the units? I mean, they're not canonical. They are from the fan mod created by the Caresh guys. However, if you want to know the lore behind all of them, if you go check out the Lorebeards podcast, we did a full episode with the Caresh crew that made this mod, and they talked about like all the units. They talked about everything that you'll kind of see in here, and like what was the inspiration behind it, and yada yada yada. So when I make the video that'll come out a little later this week about the mod, where we get into like all the details on it, we will be able to I'll include a link that will go more into depth. It'll have the link from the Lorebeards episode, I should say. So here you can see I now have a higher serpent cultist mercenaries, and the only unit that I have access to right now is the Urubagor herd, which will have a little lore segment. If we click toggle details, it says a malevolently playful nature drives these exotic beastmen tricksters into acts of perplexing carnage. They're pretty fun. Got a nice anti-infantry bonus. So I will probably put those in my... Do I want to put those in my Necromancer army? I think that could be fun. They're a pretty powerful unit. So why don't we replace our... why don't we replace our Fellbats with some Naga Beastmen? And then we can march on Altdorf. And I will build some siege equipment. So hopefully he'll come outside and fight me. Nice. Good job with that assassinate, my dear. Love a good Banshee, man. They get shit done. Good job stealing tech. Let's see. Kimmler is marching on Massive Oracle. I think I lured the High Elves away from this settlement, so I'm gonna sneak out this way, and hopefully they don't see me. They probably do see me, but you know, I can only do so much. Let's do... Yeah, that one's fine.
Yes, misery awaits. Raise it to the ground.
Steal more tech!
Destroy.
Nice, 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 nice. I'll focus on Karoon for a moment. Let's get Spirit Well. That's fine. Could the Games Workshop, the Creators of Caresh guys, make it official? If Games Workshop really, really wanted to, they could easily reach out to the Caresh guys and say, "Hey, we love your concept. We'd like to buy it." They could absolutely do that without a care in the world. That would not be hard for Games Workshop to do. And the Caresh guys, I think, would be 100% in favor of that and would almost assuredly take them up on that offer.
Awesome line Saurus cheered. X100. Looks like it's nicely implemented, but personally I'm a strictly vanilla player. On that subject, when do you think we will start hearing something from CA? And any chance of 2 DLCs this year, you think?
I think there's still a chance of a second DLC this year, but it would have to be small. It would have to be a very small DLC. It couldn't be your typical, it wouldn't be able to be your standard affair of, like, you know, 3 factions, yada, yada. It would need to be much more grounded, which I think could absolutely be done. But it remains to be seen if that is the angle Creative Assembly is going to take. I cannot express how much I hope that that is their plan, because it would suck. I'm not gonna lie. It would be a bummer to only get 1 DLC in 2025. But you know, ultimately the ball's in their court, and the only thing we can do is wait and see. And so wait and see we shall. But yeah, unfortunately I don't really have any more to add than that. I do think that hopefully this week, I'm hoping at the end of this week or start of next week is when we'll get the next Tides of Torment update. Alright, so anyway, here are our new critters. So you may notice that these are basically horse beastmen. They look absolutely incredible. They've got like the big winged things on their ankles. They got unique audio. They don't share audio with any units, which is the case for all the Caresh units. All the Caresh not only have very, very impressive designs, but they all have unique audio. So they're much more sophisticated than you typically get with modded units. But you can see they've got like woodsmen. They've got a unique ability that makes them very, very fast and resistant to damage when they're out of melee. And they've also got like frenzy, good physical resist, and Vanguard deployment. So let's get them into combat, see what happens.
Master Necromancer.
So let's have y'all more over here.
Bring the gift of death.
Those Knights of More are gonna be a problem. Send in the zombies. And they just start going to town.
The dead are mine.
Stop shooting me, it hurts.
Your time has come.
Alright, send in the wolves.
We are immortal.
We have them take out the war machines. I'm gonna buff their combat sets. I'm also going to make them unbreakable. Because why not? Also looks like a very nice time for a Wind of Death.
Destroy them.
Not as good as it used to be back in the day, but it's still decent.
Necromancer.
Leave one barrel just after them. And to my understanding, basically the way it works is that the longer you have the Naga of Khuresh building, it over time you get the ability to like kind of upgrade it. So like there will be times where it'll be like, oh, you've had it for X amount of time. You can now upgrade it. It becomes like a little more costly. Like it requires a little more goodies from the settlement that it's a part of, but it gives you more and more units. So like the next tier gives you access to the spitting Naha unit, which I can show you all in just a little bit. And you can come slam into this mess. Beautiful. Oh, those are wagon mortars. That's not very nice.
I'm in your thrall. We are the new order.
Let me out. Let me out.
Swiftly. At once. Swiftly.
They're doing good. You get them a little bit of infantry support, they'll chew up basically anything. They don't have like the best AP ratios, so like they're not like god tier, but for considering that they're the first unit you get access to, they're very, very good at chewing up infantry. Where is Carl Franz? He's over here. I need to get my White King on him. Oh, they killed my backup dancer, Necromancer. That's not very nice.
Ulrich's teeth! Retreat!
And after this fight, we can hop into a quick custom battle thing so y'all can see like all the units instead of just some of them.
We are immortal.
Hellish vigor!
Quit shooting me, it hurts.
Now is on death.
Wow, those ghouls actually survived. Color me impressed. Are you able to use them in custom battle? Yes, I will show you all them in custom battle. Are there unique animations? Not for the horses, but for the snakemen, yes. Is it just me or there's some shenanigans with the diplomacy since the last patch? Playing as Manfred was weird. Queek was rank 1, was willing to become my vassal and give 70k gold. What the fuck? Really? That's a little weird. Hey, he survived! Nice. Dead may never die, bitch. Does every spike of Chaos's 8-pointed star represent a big Chaos entity? No, however, that is a theory that has been proposed by some entities in the past. There were some groups within the Warhammer world that believed that each of the winds of magic was a demon. So basically they all believed that basically what they thought was each one of the winds. So like Akshi was a demon god, Gur was a demon god, Olgu was a demon god, etc, etc, etc. And what they thought was the case was that each one of those entities was sat at one of the corners of the world and was blowing their wind of magic into reality. So they were like these great horrible wind gods that blew their respective wind of magic into the world. Now that is not the case, but it was a popular theory within the setting and was suggested to be the case in like really old books. All right, so anyway, here's all the units that you can get through the mod. So we already saw the Orobagor herd, which are the beastmen that have had their horns shaven off, and they've been like dominated by the Naga of Khuresh, and they're like these horrifying shadow beasts. You then have an actual snake man unit, or an actual Naga unit. So these are the rangers of the Khureshi snakemen, and basically they have a spitting missile attack where they spit venom at people. That also has a bonus versus large component, as well as dealing poison damage. They also have a passive ability called Hunting Competition, where if there are large entities within 60 meters, they get better at shooting. So basically, if there's like cavalry or monsters or monstrous infantry or whatever nearby, they shoot faster and they're more accurate. But in combat, they do have poison attacks, but they have armor-piercing anti-infantry with their dual blades, which goes along with how Total War usually weighs such things of that. If you're dual wielding, you usually get an anti-infantry bonus. But then the two big ones are, you've got the Dreadmaw. So the Dreadmaw is a big terror-causing uber snake. It has poison attacks. It has a big anti-large system, and also does a bunch of bonus damage against buildings. It's got the wall breaker ability, so you can attack structures with it, and it will tear structures apart. It also has a good amount of physical resistance and a ton of missile resistance, some good fire resist. It has charge reflection, so if anybody charges, they take damage back. It has charge defense versus large, so it's good at eating charges by monsters and cavalry. It also has a unique ability called Second Skin, where once it loses 50% of its health, it basically loses a shitload of armor, but it gets faster and gains more physical resistance. And then the ultimate monster that comes as part of this pack, this mod pack, is the very, very gorgeous Sawanak Pyre Naga, with the rainbow-colored scales and the big Axion stone horn on it. It also breathes fire, so it does flaming damage. It also has the flammable passive, so anything it hits becomes more vulnerable to flaming damage. It also has magical attacks because it's got like a little Axion fire sticking out of it. Very big anti-large armor piercing. It does way fuck ton damage amount to buildings. Has charge reflection, 40% missile resist, 35% fire resist, but it does not have the physical resist of the Dreadmaw. However, it does have melee damage reflection, so if anybody's in combat with it, they take damage whenever they strike it. And it also has charge defense versus large, as Strider, as does the Dreadmaw, because they can like slither through any terrain without issue. And then it's got two unique gimmicks. You've got Mesmeric Pyre, which allows you to target a single entity and basically debuff the shit out of them, so it nukes their speed into the ground, making them move very slowly, and also lowers their melee attack and melee defense by a little bit. And then you've got Breath of the Pyre Naga, which allows you to breathe fire at enemies, and it also makes them flammable, so these guys combo really, really nicely with armies that like deal flammable damage. So, if we hop into a battle here, just to show off some like the animations, so you can see just really, really nice slithering animations and movement for the spitting Naja, I should say. Oh, they also have stock and devastating flanker and good missile resist. And they basically use the spitting animation from the Sepulchral Stalkers, I believe. And you can see it's okay damage. It's much better against anti-large targets, and because it is poison, is a really good like debuff. But they have their own like nice voice lines, and they're just good for pew-pewing. And then if I send them into melee, they've got like a really fun charge animation. They get the swords out, and they're like, ah. And then when they get into combat, they got really, really solid combat animations, actually. The funny thing is, it's very likely this mod is actually gonna get even better, like significantly even better, with the upcoming Tides of Torment, because Tides of Torment is actually gonna be, from the looks of it, adding in a bunch of new snake animations between the Champions of Snikch and the Pleasure Seekers. So the mod is actually going to have like a lot more guys to work, or animations to work with, which is really cool. And then the herd of beastmen, we've already kind of seen these guys, but we'll just go ahead and use them again just for funsies. That you just throw them against infantry and they will absolutely go to town on them. This is a mod that I would actually recommend using most vanilla play because it doesn't disrupt your vanilla campaign that much, which is really, really nice. But then we got the big boys. Oh yeah, Takala, of course, as well, yeah. So if we send in the Dreadmaw, see, really nice slithering animation as it works its way in. And then once it starts to charge, it'll speed up a little bit. And it starts going to town on people. And but it basically just does a lot of tail whips and like taking bites out of people. It's also, yeah, it's got like a fun little fire breath animation. I don't think Dreadmaw's free fire, but I assume that's kind of more of a holdover from the Pyro Naga. I think. But speaking of the Pyro Naga, as I told you over, he does have some abilities. So one thing he can do is breathe fire. So you can target an enemy unit. Did I target it? Oops. And he shoots basically a barrage of fireballs, which is very, very good. And you can see he has very similar animations to the Dreadmaw, but with different context effects and like a different design. And unlike the Dreadmaw, he doesn't have like the perpetually open mouth. But they're very big, very cool, and it's for a mod. It's so impressive. Yeah, you see he does like a charge attack with the horn. And then, delicious. And then the Necromancer's over here, so I can hit him with the Mesmeric Pyre if I get close enough. Work my way over this way. Stop running for me. So you hit him with that ability, and he gets so slow that it's just not even funny. And you just send him over there, and you'll just eat him. He can't run away very well. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway, that is the Caresh mod. Like I said, I'll be doing a video about it where I'll break it down more using my Kimmler campaign. But they are a really, really fun addition to your campaign to have just for the funsies of allowing some mercenary units. They are only available to acquire if you're playing a quote-unquote destruction faction. So any of the villainous or neutralish factions, with the exception of the beastmen. So the beastmen cannot get them, but anyone else that's not like an order / good guy faction can get them. And they're super fun. Anyway, I am stupid hungry, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and take my dinner break now, because it is 4 p.m. Oh my goodness. So we'll call it there for this particular stream. Like I said, I'll do a more in-depth video later this week. I do appreciate you all taking the time to come hang out with me, and I think I'd like to focus on making this video. So if I do end up doing a stream later tonight, it will be later, because I very much would like to finish that. But we might also stream later tonight as well. Oh, Turin's doing a tournament. Perfect. So why don't we go raid Turin, because he's doing a Total War Warhammer tournament right now. Excellent. Turin RTS. And I will see you guys again very soon. Thank you again for your time. I super duper appreciate it. Tell Turin I said hello, but I am gonna go stuff my fat face, because holy bajoli, I am hungry. Is Turin still not turned on the YouTube version? Is he killing me with this shit? He is. Oh my god, Turin, dude. Turn why? Why does he do this to me? Oh my god. Anyway, all right. If you're on YouTube, you got to go there manually. All right, I'll see you guys later. Thanks for watching. Bye.